much like that happen in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen.
برستيجة ما بلعب بول برستيجة من بول برستيجة من بول وفريق اليلا اي سبورتس إصابة من فوت على اللاعب باندا نوك داون
Welcome everyone to a new week here, week 3 of the PMPL Spring Split Arabia 2022 season. Myself, YaLLa Wolf, joined with you, Zute, for this opening day here of what could be the penultimate week. I'm excited. Are you excited, Zute?
Oh yeah, this is the third and final week of the regular league weeks, including which will be heading into the Super Weekend soon. But this is it. This is the last one for the teams to kind of secure their last few points to qualify into the grand finals, which will be happening next week.
Yeah, one more week to go, but that doesn't stop you from purchasing that beautiful phone down below, the Oppo Reno 6 series, with upgraded performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports 2022. We said it though, Zute, it's going to be a busy week indeed. And we've got, as we say, 5 more days before we get to the finals. And before we get there, I wanted to draw a little bit of a picture. So last week, we had what was, quite frankly, some crazy weeks, some crazy breakdowns. I wanted, for the fans here, okay, Zute, do me a favor. Give us like the quickest TDLR that you can in like one sentence of week 2 Super Weekend.
Ooh, upsets. I would say we saw certain teams, drop down that we weren't expecting. We saw certain teams that, in a way, we were very hopeful of doing well, and they pulled it out. They had a really great Super Weekend, really good consistent performances, and yeah, it was all over the place. We saw a little bit of everything essentially.
A little bit of everything, but also to check out here, Zute, I think what was the best Super Weekend we've had of the 2 in terms of the craziness. I felt, though, that one team that really stood out to me, though, was Rico Infinity Esports, still on top. We have to mention it in their solid lead now, 7 chicken dinners in a row.
A team that I want to shout out is CONQUEROR Iraq, who currently is in that 2nd place overall, but 2nd place overall is so close, all the way down to like 2nd to 6th, right? But CONQUEROR Iraq, I was noticing them last week during the league days. They really showed some really huge improvements, and they showed like really good fundamentals from a very core level. And I was really excited to see what they would pull out in the Super Weekend, and coming into week number 2 for them. Like, they really pulled it out. So I think CONQUEROR Iraq was one of the more improved teams, so to say, that we saw last week. But Rico Infinity, of course, like you mentioned, just staying on top, consistent as ever, just a completely different level compared to all the rest of the teams in the lobby.
Still, though, yes, you said Rico, yes, we've got our favorites, but also, Zute, we've got to break down what is, quite frankly, going to be our 5 days coming this week. Now, a little bit of a format breakdown. We've got, yes, we say 2 more league stage days. We are week 3, 28th to the 1st of March. Super Weekend 3, though, is going to be hitting us up later this week on the 3rd and the 4th and the 5th. And that is where, as we say, the deciding penultimate 3 final days are to who gets into that 10th, 11th, and 12th. But who gets there? Well, that's our top 16, Zute, heading through from the accumulation of points that these teams have been getting through our 3 Super Weekends. And to decide who gets there again in our top 16 of each Super Weekend. That's why we're here in the league play. As you can see, each team is going to be playing our 8 matches in total across our 10 total matches across the next 2 days, split into their, as we already know, groups A through to E. So 4 in each group, 4 groups playing per game. Zute, we have had some spicier groups, quite frankly, than some of the other groups. My eyes are all drawing to some of the teams that have been struggling in their own groups, particularly two that we've not seen in the Super Weekend, Headquarter and 4K Esports.
Yeah, Headquarters and 4K Esports have missed the first two Super Weekends. That just means during the regular league days, which is a two out of the 5 days that we play a week, they cannot manage to break into the top 16. We have 20 teams playing, which is why there's 5 groups of 4, and you need to make top 16 in the 2 league days to get into that Super Weekend. And yeah, 2 of the teams that have missed both Super Weekends, Headquarters and 4K Esports, this is their last week to try and get into the Super Weekend. And even if they do, I don't know if they'll manage to gain enough points to qualify into the finals, because they are going to essentially be behind 15 to... No, actually, they could be behind 30 to 45 games because they missed the first 2 Super Weekends.
Yeah, these 2 groups, Group B and C, we're going to be seeing them, of course, in our first game as well, Zute, and got to see what 4K Esports and also Headquarters, as we say, can bring to the table. But for teams, as a recap, who brought everything to that table was DDD Esports in Group D, also going to be a highlight squad coming in onto our first game.
And taking a look at the prize pool, we were back on the league stage, but the big monies and that finals you see right there on the right-hand side. This is what all the teams are fighting for each week. This being the last week of the league stage, they need to get those points. They need to be top 16 overall from their combined scores of the 3 Super Weekends to make top 16. And once they make top 16, the scores will be reset heading into the finals. And what you see right there, first place gets 10 grand, going down to 6.5, down to 5 and onwards. But of course, we still have one more Super Weekend this coming week, and each chicken dinner is worth $1,000 US. And the schedule for today, well, pretty standard. We have the Erangel sandwich, but instead of Sandhawk, we're going to get to see a little bit more Miramar today, which I absolutely love. I think Miramar is one of the most enjoyable maps to watch. Wouldn't you say so too, Highland?
I love getting my Los Leones zones. I'm going to say it straight away, Zute. We got double the chances now to be able to find one today, but hopefully they'll evade us, and hopefully we'll have some kind zones for these teams. If anything, we've all lucked out when it comes to those brutal zones and brutal phase shifts of last Super Weekend. As you can see there, also the groups playing across from Group E, missing out the first game, to Group D, C, B, and A by the final match there on our Erangel sandwich. But it was, we mentioned the groups earlier, though, back to highlight, I think, the stellar team that was DDD Esports there in Group D. We said they're going to be playing the first game. I'm expecting big things. I'm not sure about you, though, Zute. How big are we talking?
DDD, to put in perspective, they are 14th overall out of the 20 teams when it comes to the Super Weekend points. Yes, 14th doesn't sound too good, but if you look at their point average, because they missed the first Super Weekend, let's just say they started off on the wrong foot. In just one Super Weekend alone, they averaged more than 10 points per game. The only team that has a higher average than that is the first place team of Rico Infinity. They are technically scoring better per game in the Super Weekend than the second place team. So you see them in 14th overall, but points per game, they're doing better than the second place team. They just missed the first Super Weekend. That's pretty much, that's, all there is to it. And over the course, I believe in one Super Weekend, they played 15 games. I think that's a lot of games to show consistency. If they could do more than 10 per game, DDD is a team that's looking very scary coming into, I know they haven't secured their spot in the finals yet, but if they are going to make it into the finals, when the points once again reset, DDD could be a top 5 team when we get there.
Yeah, also, not only, as you mentioned, the only other team that are beating DDD in terms of points being Rico Infinity Esports, but the other big squad that had a big Super Weekend, I think we can argue, was CONQUEROR Iraq. Now, 3 chicken dinners here, Zute, coming off of our second Super Weekend, and leading the pack of what quite is, frankly, a very close top 8.
Oh, the top 8 is extremely close. But right now, the top 8 does not matter too much during the league play days, right? Because there's no prize pool for how many points you get. The prize is in that super weekend when it comes to those chickens, like we showed earlier. But I like that you highlight how close it is, because that just means the level of competition is extremely tight. So once we head into the finals, when it's only going to be a 3-day ordeal, the points are going to be extremely close. Like, we've played a total of almost 30 Super Weekend games, and the points are literally within, like, I think from second to sixth place is like a 10-point difference. And that's with 30 games played. Imagine how close it's going to be once we head into that finals. Of course, Rico Affinity, the only outlier. Question is, can they do the same thing in the finals? We'll know once we get there, right? But right now, we're in the third week. We still got 5 days of gameplay left before that finals comes about us.
Yeah, so close, in fact, as well at top 8, Zute, that YaLLa Esports in third position, tied to second place, and only is off the back of those placement points that KONQUEROR Iraq are ahead of them in those overall Super Weekend standings. But to paint the picture even further, it's not only been the teams here, Zute, that have been veterans at the PMPL Arabia, it's also been the newer teams that, again, we have to highlight coming in onto this third week, stepping up and having the good results week on week, and that being from primarily here KAMIKAZE.
Oh yeah, KAMIKAZE, one of the teams that they were holding second place overall for quite a bit heading into Super Weekend 2. They dropped down just a little bit, but given such a new team out of the side of KAMIKAZE, I think they're doing great for, let's look at the long term, right? We are in the PMPL. There's going to be another one coming up later in the year. And of course, there's that PMGC Grand Finals. That still leaves a lot of months of time for these newer teams like KAMIKAZE to better synergize, to better develop. And if they're starting off this well in a lobby that's, I would say, rather challenging, one can only, imagine what they can accomplish by the end of the year. So yeah, they dropped down a little bit, but to be doing this well as a newer team, this is looking really promising for them this year.
Yeah, but it hasn't been all of those new teams that have been performing as well, Zute. And this third week, we said it was penultimate, but we have to stress how important it is for some of those newer other squads. And one, we can say straight away that one, unlike Triple D, not performing as well was the Mind Weapon iKURD, not having the start that they needed through their first 15 games last Super Weekend.
Yeah, so we had 2 teams come into the Super Weekend for the very first time, right? So they both missed Super Weekend 1. One is Triple D, and the other one was the Mind Weapon iKURD. Of course, Triple D absolutely crushed it. We already mentioned they averaged more than 10 points per game, which is the second highest average in the entirety of all the 20 teams, spread across. But the Mind Weapon, let me take a quick look. They scored a total of 57 points in 15 games. That average points per game is quite low. Luckily for them, though, the other teams around the bottom of that top 16 also aren't doing too hot. So if they can make this next Super Weekend, which means they need to do really well today in today's league and then tomorrow's league, they still have a chance at shooting themselves up just barely into the top 16 to qualify for the finals. And a lot of these teams, the teams that are struggling near the bottom of the top 16, they really just want to break into the top 16 because in the finals, the points reset. They kind of get a second chance, a do-over, so to say. So for 3 weeks, they might not be doing too well, but when you reset those points, everyone's back to 0. It's a huge mental refresher. Anything can happen at that point once you head into a 3-day finals.
Yeah, I think for sure when we're looking towards those 3-day finals, it has to be said that teams like Mind Weapon iKURD, and also, as we said, 4K headquarters, they're all going to be trying a little bit harder this league stage. You may say, as we said before, Zute, it's going to be maybe the league stage. Teams aren't trying as hard compared to the Super Weekend, but they've gotta try hard, because if they don't get into that Super Weekend, they're already mathematically eliminated from the finals. So these 2 days matter almost just as much as those super weekends later on.
Yeah, so league stage, the first week we saw teams play a little bit slower. They were trying different things. Second league stage week, we saw teams, strap it down a little bit, get a little bit serious. CONQUEROR Iraq did really good in the league stage in the second week, and then they took that and headed into the finals and did just as spectacular. So coming into this very first game of Erangel of week number 3 league stage, we're going to see teams play a lot more seriously in this league stage compared to the rest, I would imagine.
Yeah, definitely going to be a big step up for this final Super Weekend. Erangel being, as always, our first map. The playing path going to be flying straight from that Moorside Mill to Power over towards the Quarry and that western coastline. A very even playing path for these teams to try out on their first game for this fresh week. I'm hoping that we're going to see something similar when it comes to the zones. I would like to see something normal, and that is not involving a flying car.
That car is really nice, though. Gotta say, the car skins in this game just gets better month after month.
They are hot.
Yeah. So I see the circles pop up. So we are gonna have a very nice circle. You'll see soon on your screen. But for now, we're gonna take a look at that beautiful car. So the plane path was from east to west, but very much on the southern half of Erangel. So teams heading to the north might have to, find a vehicle, as you see Team Falcons here grabbing some buggies heading up north to, I believe, Yasnaya. That's where they usually will start their looting from. I don't think any teams are going to have any problems, though. We are into the 3rd week. If there's any fighting early game, at this point in the tournament, these fights are not by happenstance. These fights are going to be prepared, targeted fights, as teams have become very extremely familiar with each other's drop spots and rotations.
Rotations, drop spots, staying fairly the same here. Zute, NASR, a game back to the old friend here of school and apartments in a 2-2 split, avoiding and cutting off a lot of these teams who do tend here to drop, or should I say, move around, focus towards the edge here of the center of Erangel. A big fight, though, beginning and start is 4K headquarters up against it, but it's 4K down 1. That's a huge knock there and elimination for Shell, because headquarter, they needed the points and they needed to eliminate 4K, and they did it all in one go there.
Yeah, 4K and headquarters. Just a quick reminder, these two teams that we just mentioned are the two teams that have missed every super weekend so far. So this is literally do or die for them. Every single point in this league stage will matter for them to try and qualify into their only super weekend. And then once they get into that super weekend, they have to absolutely massively crush it if they want to gain enough points to make it into that top 16. To put in perspective right now, the 16th place total point is 83. 15th place is 157. So I think for the teams that are near that bottom, that aren't in the top 16, 17th, 18th, 19th, and 20th in the overall leaderboards, they're going to be looking at that 83-point mark. But of course, the 83-point mark for RTG Esports, that's all going to change right here. You see them on the screen. If they don't make it into the super weekend, it's going to be a lot easier for the teams 17th through 20th to pass that up.
Well, there's teams, though, that need to get in there. It's not looking great in the first few moments as RTG knocked there in amongst the field south of Yasnaya, Polyana, Never Alone, looking to try flush out, but I'm thinking the kill will just slowly fade into here Falcons' hands. Our team vote that we really are talking about is KURD12. Zute, KURD12 also in the same boat. He has slightly worse off, though, even in RTG in terms of those overall Super Weekend points.
83 for RTG, KURD12 with 71, the Mind Weapon iKURD with 57, and then of course Headquarters and 4K both with 0 points. Those points we just mentioned are the Super Weekend totals. So it is only that 16th place spot that's really in contention for the making it into the finals. Like I mentioned, 15th at 157, and then 16th, 83. So 83 points. RTG in that 80 with that 83 points. You see them right here with only 3 members, and it's almost like these teams feel a different type of pressure, because the 3 teams that have engaged so far are the teams near that very bottom end. RTG, 4K, and of course, luckily for Headquarters, they were the one that picked up that one much needed point.
For Headquarters, but not speak too soon, as much as they feel that pressure, trying to play differently here, playing more aggressive for those kill points. Stalwart UAE, a tough opponent, overlooking them now up towards the more island section here between the roads. Headquarters, though, navigating far away, and Stalwart, I don't think, should be able to find a fight that they're looking for. It should be here Rip, keeping them far at bay. Rip, crucial here to stopping Stalwart approaching on forward. The Headquarters, Zute, they're going to have a little bit more pressure, considering that zone also was a northwestern shift, and they are in the limelight of the route. A lot of these teams are going to be taking on and towards that first phase.
I really like what Headquarters is trying to do here. They're playing a wider split right now, and that player that was just getting shot at was trying to find an angle onto the Stalwarts team to open something up. Of course, he took a peek and definitely did not win that exchange, but it was the attempt that was good, as he drives back in his buggy to maybe reset with the rest of his team and play a bit more defensive. So they poked their heads out to see what they could do. It's do or die for them, and they're definitely not going to just lay low. I think that's the mentality that they need, because even if they make it into the Super Weekend, if they play too passive, it's not going to really cut it.
First phase is closing in. We talked about all these teams who need the points. I think there's still a sense of pressure, though, here on some of these teams who are below that 200-point threshold. We always mention the 200-point mark being the safe space for those 45 matches out of the Super Weekend to get in onto the finals, Zute. Still, though, with only one Super Weekend, as much as we praised them, Dunak do need also to, or should I say here, Triple D, alongside Dunak, we could say also, on the South Island. Both of them really needing to get in onto this next Super Weekend to help solidify their position. Triple D more so, and I wanted to mention them here, Triple D, because they have had a lot of issues sometimes in that Super Weekend, and some of their matches getting across that bridge. Now, Revolution here not playing in this game, so it's going to be a slightly easier match. But as we go through the day, I'm curious to see how Triple D are going to be adaptive on this South Island, and if they are going to be able to utilize this one game, where their opponents who like to stop them at this South Island on here can then make it into a big match here for the first one for them.
I'll be honest, I'm not worried about Triple D whatsoever. I think they've really proved themselves in the Super Weekend. I know sometimes teams could go very hot or cold, but the way Triple D played while I was watching them in the Super Weekend, I think they really have all the fundamentals down from every perspective. And it's just that first week, I don't know what it is. Maybe the players were sick. Maybe the players just really were nervous. But the way they stepped up, I would not be surprised at all if they made it into this Super Weekend and just qualified with flying colors. And we're heading into the second circle shift. It goes a little bit more to the northwestern side. Nothing too crazy. We might see maybe a potential school finish or a Rozhok finish, because both of those areas heavily centered in on the map. But that's only if the circles just continuously close towards the center. We're going to see that hard shift coming into Circle 4. That's going to completely, change the way this game's going to be played out for the first game of the regular league week.
Yeah, unfortunately for these teams still, it's all a mystery. And to go back on Triple D, the best phrase I think we could argue here of using Zute would be they look like an entirely different team altogether. But they still got to get inside to that second phase in there. The way in which these zones usually work, and we saw a similar zone here in the previous Super Weekend to these teams, Phase 2, is that there's a heavy focus around those hills towards the fields, overlooking that Yasnaya fields. in a heavy focus on the positions over the bridges. Now, you can see both of these locations already taken up, also Zute, on the map. I'm wondering how teams are going to change up their strategies, though, to be able to keep control of them.
I really like what I'm seeing out of Rozhok too, by the way. Teams are taking Rozhok very early on, but they're on the outskirts of Rozhok. They're just making sure if the circles do head into Rozhok, they're already set up. And of course, if the circles shift off Rozhok, they're not deep to the point where a team could pressure in and keep them trapped. So some teams prioritizing a more difficult potential circle ending. Twisted Minds taking a little bit of a fight with Conqueror. The Conqueror team right here, Conqueror Iraq, I would have to say is one of the most improved teams coming into their second super weekend. Want to see what they do in the regular league stage now. Twisted Minds, a very aggressive team, and we've seen this for 2 weeks in a row, and coming into the third week, they're going to keep to that identity and keep to their strengths of taking these isolated 4v4s whenever possible.
Conqueror, though, with a much more vertical split than Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds going for a more spread out approach, focus down towards the side. They do bring, though, that more right side on KAMIKAZE's front-facing way up together. So it's going to be a now 3-1 split across this Potato Hill. The cover of that ground is so important. The nature here of Potato Hill, so flat, so open. And a much more land these teams can control, the better. They are, though, on the South Island, or south side of this zone, so it's going to be a little bit more quiet compared to some of these other teams up towards the north side. Looking more towards the fights that can break out here, though, Zute, as this third phase it does encroach finally to its conclusion, is, as you said, much more that Rozhok side, more of that school, that apartments location, where actually KURD12, one of our top teams, slap bang in the center of it we're looking for in terms of our focus.
I love what Twisted Minds was doing during that engagement too. They sent 2 players to just scout more information in the circle. They knew they weren't committing to that fight. So rather than just having 4 people kind of stare at each other and nothing happen, they sent 2 along the other ways to do some scout work. And well, that scouting work is going to be for nothing because the circle, we hit that hard shift, goes hard up to the north, and we are going to keep a lot of the water in play. This is one of the trickier circles to fight in, and definitely one of the trickier circles to navigate into.
4K also losing a member there on the bottom of that map, Susie. I don't know if you spotted it, but that was down towards Pachinki's side. So a big question mark this first game over 4K Esports, knowing that they got split early on, they lost a member. Again, another split, dying to the blue zone. Not how I would have envisioned 4K trying a little bit harder on this third week.
Ooh, it must be the pressure. This is, like we mentioned, do or die for a team like 4K. And I think the pressure is definitely getting to them. We're seeing a lot of teams make a heavy rotation, wrapping around the east side. All of these teams here wanting to avoid that bridge to try and cross into the next zone. And it makes sense because there's only 2 at this level of teams, you know, tournament for at least 2, and all the teams are definitely on point with their gun power.
Still zone up towards the north. 4K, we talked about them rotating up just behind them, both Triple D and Headquarters hot on a chase between each other. YaLLa closing in, stops behind a rock, not willing, or maybe it might have just been a crash. I say it better than what it was for their driving skill, but because of these little mistakes, Triple D Esports have got there first, and now they're in control of the mountain top. Rib sends a nade further forward, looks for the nade, a second going slightly further towards the right, but both of them go over the heads of Humam. Only going to tickle him slightly here. The rest of Headquarters, you can see a big flank towards the northern side. The 4th member looking directly down for Gyphon. Humam, and then they find Humam, but with a nade just earlier than they needed to. Also on the top side, push now down as well. YaLLa able to find it with a northern side push. And Headquarters for a big turn of events here versus Triple D.
Headquarters taking a fight with the likes of Triple D and fighting their way into the edge of zone. This headquarters team's looking hungry. They definitely are looking a bit more confident in being able to take their engagements. So very good job right there for headquarters. But of course, they're on the edge of zone. Let's see how they manage to make this next rotation. And I feel like it was just literally 10 seconds ago that we saw this crazy hard shift to the north. And we're heading into the next circle shift already.
Big shift potentially here down towards, no, it's going to be a central shift down towards that more bridge side. But immediately, Zute, my eyes drawing just towards that more Roshawk side on the south. And those hills on the south end of that zone going to be very powerful. KURD had the opportunity to take that, but instead they're going to go slightly further up.
Many teams in the north right now, they need to fight in onto the northern edge of that circle. And the problem is the northern edge of that circle has barely any positions to be able to be played in. There's not much hard cover, and there's not even much cover in the terms of elevation changes. It's like a whole entire flat low ground with just some sparse rocks, and that's about it. CONQUEROR Iraq fighting in from the northwest side. There's going to be a lot of these engagements more kind of isolated as teams scramble in on this new circle shift.
Losing another there for the edge of Triple D. And it's finally that kill looks to be confirmed out by 4K down to the confirmed solo 1,000,000 Esports. So on our screens, also another one of these squads who very much need the points and haven't been impressing us in our second Super Weekend. They've lost a touch with the multi-kill Erangel games that they had previous, and they got to show us if they can reclaim that glory. 1 kill already, looking over KONQUEROR, the hardest opponent really out of all of they could have faced on this northern side, but they are making it work. 3 down. With the help of RTG in the long range, actually finding one there from Rio. 1,000,000. Looking for the turn, but you can see how split they are, and those without the buggy, Jabal caught unaware, and KAMIKAZE strikes him down, but will fall in return there as well from YaLLa.
CONQUEROR Iraq literally put themselves in the worst spot possible. They put themselves on a huge sloping hillside that's just wide exposed to the teams on the low ground, and there's even a team on a higher ground taking shots on them. We saw YaLLa peek their heads over, and CONQUEROR Iraq nudged down to 1 as Triple D. Well, I was saying they were doing great in the Super Weekend, and I'm not worried about them at all coming into the League Week. They go out with 0 points, the first team to be taken out in the first match of the League Week.
And we said it was a big opportunity for them. There was no revolution camping them on the south side. They had a 3-a game. So to see them fall down in this zone, this first match, is going to be a lot harder than the extra angle match they face. RTG looking to try stop for the rotation. 1,000,000 looking to leapfrog here behind RTG Esports, punish them on the hill, stop them from entering further from the edge of that zone. Headquarter also rerouting in towards that northern end, but they are much more focused on the likes of 4K. Those are more that eastern side.
I like what ONEMILLION tried to do there. They tried to get the flank to see if it worked, but it does not. Meanwhile, Falcon taking a fight with 4K. One of the 4K members do go down. Team Falcons up to 6 eliminations already. With only 2 members up, I do believe Never Alone will not be able to get revived. The next circle shift comes out. We shift over to the west, and the most important thing about this shift is, I would have to say, that position that Dunak is in, that gas station, a very strong position, and also in the next circle.
Headquarter also eliminated triple kill there through from RTG. The final being finished off by the help of Dunak, I believe it was. Headquarter, a miserable game for them the first match, but can come back stronger. RTG still, though, as they turn and swivel their heads back towards 1,000,000. Still, they are in the problem here is that south shift here from phase 5 did put them outside of the play area. 200 meters to go up the hill. They've got the buggies, but they are waiting on the move, waiting on the clearing to open up. It's 4K Esports, another one in their way, fall down in 13th.
1 million Esports need to work their way up to the high ground now, as the same goes for RTG. Oh, it looks like RTG might be thinking about doing the gas station, taking a circle back around. They're not quite sure what to do in this situation. You see them do a little bit of a scouting, and then they just immediately turn back around as they're trying to find a more optimized rotation. But Stalwart Esports, this team, looking like they know exactly what they want to do, as trying to get their last member into the car. An open top US 4-in-1 vehicle driving straight in. There's a pre-smoke coming out from Gaith here as they drive straight into the clutches of Rico Infinity and Twisted Minds, taking some shots as well.
They crashed here as well, Zoot, against a tree, and they've got pinned down in amongst everyone's line of fire. Zabud does have some form of an angle here against the hill to protect him, but Bandar's looking for the nade, but will be rightfully punished by K12. Bandar trying to finish off, but K12 too quick to the draw, confirmed the kill. Is another double big knock there through from Biggers up above. Seals a deal surely here for Stalwart. It looks like they're out of the woods, but straight back in onto the fire. Down to the solo. More nades raining down on their heads. Its prestige does not let up here for Stalwart.
Oh my god, Twisted they just sent 3 people in vehicles and just ran everyone over.
That's how you do it.
What?
That's how you do it. You do it in style when you can use the smokes. Rico can't affect you because they can't see your buggy go in onto the dips, and they can't see you coming. And easily find the 3-piece. Zono back on in team. KURD12 here, Zute.
That was beautiful by Twisted Minds. I've not seen a team utilize vehicles in that way since watching, you know, the Chinese teams play in PEL. I do believe the Chinese teams are the pioneers when it comes to the meta strategy, as they are the top in the world year after year, and love seeing Twisted Minds do just that. They got that double nade, like you mentioned. They knew that they knew that team of Stalwarts was extremely weak, and rather just, you know, taking gunshots into the smoke, they just go straight in with the cars. 3 of them driving the vehicles as RTG land a massive nade into the Dunak position. And from this position here, they can definitely easily break on into the circle as Case Ram, he goes down. His teammate driving right by in a vehicle. Down to a 2v1 situation. Can Dunak clutch this out? He gets another one. Down to 1. But RTG eventually finishes them out, and they will be able to get that full reset. And from this position, they can see the edge of the next circle and work their way in.
But the problem is, we've only now got so much limited time. We need to make another revive as well, and you can see the road really is a dilemma for RTG to get across in onto that zone. Everyone will be able to see them the moment they exit that gas station, though, Zute. KURD12 still in control, but it's NASR on the edge, making their road in 1 million.
Oh no.
It looks for the fight, but it's both of them equaling each other out. NASR on top, at least with 1 alive, but you can see how dangerously low they are. So should I say 2, but YaLLa, they heard those shots, and you can see the fire coming also there from K12. The moment they try to step further in, Twisted Minds confirming another on the edge, though you can see the Predators on the south end of this zone.
Twisted Minds just controlling their side of the circle so well. Every time camera's on them, they're engaged somewhere, being proactive, taking shots, taking fights, using their vehicles, and just running over the entirety of Star Wars as NASR down to 1, playing right next to this compound of KURD12. But there's 4 members from KURD12 all holed up here. They have a fortress for them, and they're laying out heavy firepower as YaLLa doing some circles around in the car, not finding anything. RTG down to 1. 2 of them knocked. A 1v1 situation now. Huge opening, and he blows up that car that YaLLa plays. Going to go down. Powerful noses, and he backs up immediately.
YaLLa making the revives, but they don't have the time to do so. Is RTG a huge nade? Finds it. Finds the 3-in-1. Kursarim saves the game here for RTG, but they're not done just yet. They need to find the revives. back in onto the zone as another south zone against them. Twisted Minds now making their push, trying to bait out the shots of K12, who have been gifted a beautiful building all game long, but now it's shifted away. They need to make the move, and Twisted Minds are here to knock on the front door, but on the back side, it's a back entrance, slap down, no surprise for them, 2-in-1 for Vigorous, and Twisted Minds are looking unstoppable as they go out on the front entrance, try to surprise Bartashani, though down as the final one to fall left for K12. Is going to be Zana inside the smoke. Looks for it. There they find it. Zute, Twisted Minds, they are looking unstoppable.
Oh, just as you say that, Rico Infinity disagrees with you.
never
We're down
mind.
to 2v1 situation. Yeah, RTG. RTG, by the way, 16th place team. This is a team that I was saying has only those 83 points. I think they know how much is at stake this league week for them. And we said it at the beginning of the show. It's do or die for some of these teams. And RTG spots out the last player of Rico Infinity. And they get the very first chicken dinner of the league week. And this league week, definitely more important than the rest, because this is the last league week for some of these teams. And RTG, well, we're saying they're the team that's looking to be potentially cut out from the finals because they are in 16th. They have one of the lowest points for 17th and 20th to try and jump ahead of. And they're making a statement right here. They are telling everyone, we're not here to only just qualify for the Super Weekend. We're going to try and come into the Super Weekend as a completely different team. They won that game, not through luck, not through circle blesses, because you saw the massive amount of eliminations they had, and they had to fight their way in every step of the way.
Well, though, they still away to win. Zute, unfortunately, for Twisted Minds and KURD, it looked like these teams were coming in with the chicken dinner, but unfortunately, you saw that fight in between the two of them ended up being both of their downfall. Also, you cannot deny another good game from Rico Infinity Esports, securing that second place as well with the solo and making sure they also grab up on those placement points.
And Twisted Minds, looking like good old Twisted Minds. This is the same team that we've seen for 3 weeks in a row, just playing very aggressive, but a very smart, controlled aggression. Of course, towards that late game, there was not much they could do. They had to take a 3v4. There was 4 members of KURD they had to deal with, and they were winning that too. But of course, when you're fighting 4 other players, that fight's going to be elongated. And that third party just came in at the perfect time for the other teams. But as far as Twisted Mind goes, well, that grenade definitely cleaned them out.
It's time to show out the match rankings of that first game, and it is a massive win, as we said, for RTG. 28 points, 13 eliminations for them. To talk about the rest, we've already said, but also NASR and YaLLa Falcons 1 million also bring up D-Ria now. The most interesting team out of those 4, though, Zute, is being 1 million, who, as we said coming in, needed that good result in that first game to set them off strong, because they have not had a result like this really all last Super Weekend.
Yeah, 1 million, definitely a team that's been struggling. They've been kind of floating in that area of potentially, breaking through and having a standout game. And this is a little bit better, but they still got a long ways to go. 1 million, the 15th place team overall as far as Super Weekend points are concerned. So they still need to clean things up a bit. Of course, Twisted Minds, Rico Infinity, those 2 teams, and also YaLLa included. YaLLa, 3rd place overall with 258, basically tied with CONQUEROR Iraq. These teams are still looking good as far as coming into a new week.
Falcons, as we said, also bringing a good result. NASR, I think the one that we actually avoided really talking about here, Zute, in his first game, but I have to highlight the fact that that second Super Weekend, they were performing just like CONQUEROR, just like Triple D, with 9-10 point averages per game overall of those 15 matches as a total they're coming in with another good result and looking like they're keeping up that momentum. But that momentum really needed to come out more on some of those teams in the bottom of this first match. That being, I think, the big shock from 4K Esports going down and looking lost in that entire game very early on.
4K Esports lost one member in that prison drop, I believe. And the way he went down, he just ran in. He had no idea there was another player there. And that's always a big red flag for you to go down with no wherewithal of potentially being taken down is not a good look. He should have spotted something, or at least from VOD review, maybe be more wary of a potential player dropping into his split. But at 4K, they're just looking all sorts of lost, like you mentioned.
Yeah, gotta have a big result now later in the rest of these matches today, because they are only going to have one more match before they sit out. So that momentum going to there be stifled in between the matches, making it only harder for them to recover to Zute when it comes to the overall maths and groups of these games. But also, I think the big scary thing also for me was that actually Headquarters, who went out very surprisingly, you saw it in the kill feed. They tried to make that rotation in after a good fight versus Triple D, but they went way too aggressive deep in onto that zone.
I like that you bring up Headquarters, because we were talking about 4K. Both 4K and Headquarters have 0 points after 2 super weekends. So these are the two teams that, you know, really need to make it into that super weekend. And Headquarters, I would say this is a good look from them. They went out with 0 placement points, but they got at least 5 elimination points, and those circles did hard shift away from them. We saw them come in from the hard northeastern side of the zone, and that zone continually shifted down to the southwest. Now, a better veteran team might have gotten a couple more points than the Headquarters team, but to be able to manage to at least pick up 5, especially from a team that's missed both super weekends, I think they're starting off the league week off on the right foot. Next game, maybe they get a bit more of a favorable shift and they'll have an easier time working their way in. But we saw in that second half of the page, it went from 5 points on that second half down to like 2, down to 1, down to 0. So they definitely did the best they could and gathered some points, unlike the rest of the teams in that second page.
Yeah, second page as well. A little bit of a tricky start, which we mentioned just briefly in our first match. Also, Dunak along the list of those in the firing line to make it in on to that third super weekend. I think that Dunak, I'm less worried though about them, because when you look at the overall results that they got in that second super weekend, Zute, they were very even. Yes, only 5 points every game, but consistently 5, 6, 7 points through every game. So that meant that actually through all of those 15 matches, yes, they weren't looking flashy, but they were bringing to the table enough points to where they may qualify, but they still need to get in just to be sure.
It's always good to qualify for that super weekend, not just for the fact that, you know, you want to get the points to secure yourself in the finals, but there's always that chance to get that chicken dinner, right? And you can get that $1,000 in the super weekend. Taking a look at the Oppo moments, well, we're going to start off right there with Headquarters, you know, taking the fights early on and gaining those points. Shifting over to the rest of the game, you know, Falcon, some really good long-range shots onto Triple D.
A interesting shift as well. That South Seas zone was in the control of KURD 12. Now they took that side up towards the building. Maybe you've given up more points, so I think that definitely the look, and I wanted to say this through in the end of the game, Zute, was that K12, yes, they had a great result, but the one fight they took, they lost it versus Twisted Minds. It felt like they were being very secluded and very scared almost to try to take those fights when they had a better position for potentially kills as well, where Twisted Minds were before Twisted Minds even got there.
Yeah, it's just two different play styles, of course. I would like to see, because KURD 12 right here, you see at that building, that fortress, so to say, because they were able to have a position like that, they took advantage of it, which I don't mind at all. But of course, if they're put in a position where they can't take a nice compound for themselves towards that late game, they will have to be forced to be able to utilize the skills and play like a team like Twisted Minds. So if they could do both, then that's great. But the problem is, I don't feel like, they're a team that's as comfortable fighting in from the edge, unlike the Twisted Minds team.
Got to see positioning based up on Miramar next map of positioning here. But we're going to take it to a quick break and see you guys there on the Desert Dunes on that other side.
How we get the first prize. Every time landing
everyone back. His first game down, 4 more to go here at the PMPL Arabia. But also bring you every single match, all of its beautiful glory, all of its excellentness here, Zute, is Nemo TV, our official streaming partner for the tournament. But at home, if you want to talk about that tournament, you can jump in as well onto the conversation and find us on all the social media down below and bring our attention to your thoughts and your wishes using our hashtag PMPL. Zute, I gotta ask, we said to Imperium, I want to tell you, where can we find you on that social media?
Oh, well, I mean, it's right down this way, I believe. Yeah, the handle's right there. Same for Highland Wolf. I mean, we have our handles up here, throughout the show. You can definitely, add us on Twitter or, send us a message on Instagram if you like our casting, or if you saw something crazy, you want to just have a conversation with us, hashtag PMPL. Speaking about something crazy, that last game, RTG Esports, the 16th place overall team coming into week number 3, looking extremely hot and spicy. But can they keep that hot and spicy level up coming into the Miramar map?
Oh, it's my favorite map. All 3, to be honest. I was going to say of the tournament, but we've only got 3, so we just have to change it up a little bit with the playing path, this time going down towards the south side. Zute, is Miramar your favorite? Now, the answer to this question is yes. Is this your favorite map?
Honestly, even if you didn't tell me the answer is yes, I would have said yes.
Good.
I think Miramar is a very competitive map. It's just like Erangel, almost, where it's a lot of the rotations are way more difficult on this map, of course, but because there's so many different elevations and high ground spread throughout the map, you can almost always find certain locations to kind of dig yourself in at, and then still have a chance to fight your way into the circles. It's definitely more difficult than Miramar, but it's a map that's played out in a way where if you know what you're doing, you can be consistent on this map regardless of how crazy the circle shifts are. I think over time we've seen 2 teams really rise up throughout the years and made Miramar kind of a staple map, that being of BTR and RRQ. Of course, those 2 teams that I mentioned, they were dominant, maybe for the first 2 years, but as the competition level rose, as players got better over time, they've kind of fell off to the wayside. But they did display, the map of Miramar. It's a map that can be mastered when done correctly.
Fortunately, though, 1Million struggling to master the art of early game team fighting as 4K Esports just punch them down. He didn't, he had a weapon, but he had to use all the bullets in his clip. There he goes, reloads back in, but big 2 kills here for 4K Esports. And also big considering that again, another one of these teams, like 1Million, needed these points coming through today. And to lose 2 of their members already, just again off the same mistake as 4K Esports are splitting a little bit too far here on Miramar, it costs them huge in this early game.
Yeah, it's crucial that you not only get points to get into the Super Weekend if you're a team near the bottom, but it's also crucial you kind of target and take out the teams that are near that bottom in the top 16 to prevent them from gaining any points going into the last Super Weekend. So that way, not only do you secure a spot in the Super Weekend to try and get points to qualify, but you also stop a team from gaining more points so you have an easier time to pass them up to make that top 16 overall.
Yeah, and a reminder as well that also getting these points is our new squads through from Group E, including the likes of Nigma Galaxy, Revolution, the Mind Weapon, and I also believe Rad here joining us for our second match of 5 today. Sitting out, though, unfortunately, is going to be the rest of Group D, so we will say goodbye to some, but a good opportunity here for them to rest up after their previous match. Dunak in here amongst now the El Pozo side, I do believe this is. In complementing here also that Western shift. I've got to mention it, Zute. I wanted to see a Western shift, and I talked about it all of last Super Weekend. Now we finally get to see one, and I'm curious about how these teams are going to deal with it, because we've not had many.
A northwestern circle to start off with. Of course, it could hard shift to the east, and the circle will end up somewhere that we've seen be played out in Miramar in this tournament. But if it does go to that western side, I don't believe many of these teams have had experience playing in that circle in particular with these teams in the tournament. Now, with how much these teams practice day in, day out, I'm sure they're going to be familiar with all locations of potential shifts in this circle, even if it goes all the way up north to the La Cabrera region. You play enough games of Miramar, you'll eventually play some of those circles out. So we'll have to see, as Rod potentially walking into a trap by this 1 million player. GAG. He needs to take out his weapon. I don't know why he doesn't have his weapon. Oh, he does have his weapon out. There we go. Pulling a quick one over the likes of Satan. And Sadat tries to fire some shots back. Almost, I feel like he was a little bit too jumpy with those shots. He could have waited, because that 1 million player didn't have info that there was a second player of Rod in the area.
Still, a 1 million beneath that turn and that kill. 2 down. They still grab themselves a little bit of space, of course, because Rad do show themselves as well. It means that they do push a little further back. Yes, you grab 1, but it's still a 3v2. And to try to capture here, so that's a little bit more tricky. Up. These teams also going here, though, also Zute into that first phase, and I'm surprised there's not a bigger focus here on Picado Hill. I would imagine some of these teams, based on the map, that Picado a big stopping point for not only vision, but to stop these other teams from entering into that zone as they do enter on into the edge.
This is only the first circle, though. So Picado Hills do control a wide, huge, range of terrain around it. But with the way the map is laid out, there's so many different multiple entry points into this first zone. You have the roads on the northeast, the roads on the west, and just there's a good amount of roads crossing into that northern section of the map as well. So I don't think teams are looking to really lock down any rotational positions, not just yet. We do see some, fights happening in that kill feed here and there, though, as teams just happen to run into each other on this very first circle. And maybe it's because we haven't seen this northwestern circle. So teams are a little bit more unfamiliar with where teams are playing, as Revolution Smoker pulling a quick 1v2 onto the likes of Conqueror Iraq.
It is beautiful as you would wish here from Smoker. Now looking for the third, as Caliga is being surrounded by the vehicles of Revolution, but he snipes down QHD mid-movement as well as he comes under the hill. Won't find a confirm. Caliga still there, looking over onto Al-Hahi now, trying to close further on in. Revolution, actually, I should say they did lose QHT. They weren't able to get him closer in for the revive, so they've lost now the opportunity to be aggressive, and Conqueror Iraq laying down the smokes. Takes a couple of bullets to their name, and from the other end, of course, Smoker's still there on the sideline. We'll find him as Caliga gets knocked, and the molly there going to finish him off. Groza not wanting any of this, being the final member of Conqueror escaping the fight.
That was quite unfortunate for Conqueror. That was a beautiful shot out of Al-Hahi with that M762. I do believe maybe the last 2 to 3 bullets that he let off traced right onto that player's head. At the very last second, he got a nice knock there. Revolution playing really well defensively right now, even though they're down to 2. We saw it was the Conqueror team that tried to get aggressive. Groza definitely having to leave this fight now. Revolution down to 2, but they do end up having 3 eliminations so far, so definitely not a good start, but it's not for nothing.
Not for nothing, but also as this second phase closes in, where is it going to go, though, Zute? We check back onto the map. I'm sensing a lot of congestion, though, towards this Monte Nuevo side, hoping for them it goes towards them. They don't have to move as far, but because you can see now, Twisted Minds, they control here Monte Nuevo, not only the mine weapon, but also Falcons Esports, moving themselves further closer in to Monte Nuevo. A lot on the shoulders here of Twisted Minds, considering that even behind they are beginning to be surrounded.
Yeah, Twisted Mind, they're not the team that's usually being surrounded because they always play on the edge of circle. There's not usually teams on their backside, but this being circle number 2, I think if they just put some pressure out, teams will just rotate around them and even just rotate around in front of them, which usually is not a good thing. You don't want teams gatekeeping you from the front. But Twisted Minds, they're a team that loves taking those fights on the edge of circle, working their way in, which they feel like they have more control. And speaking of which, we see Twisted Minds in that kill feed as Groza still trying to take the fight or try and take the fight with the Revolution players. And actually, maybe it's the Revolution players chasing down the last player of CONQUEROR Iraq. They go out in 16th place with only 1 point.
Yeah, I felt like Rosa maybe should have hedged his bets, got in towards half the end of the pass on, further in onto the zone, maybe try to find the building. Hold up there makes it more difficult to try flush out a solo than being in the open, where Revolution also pathing towards him. Dunak also finding a little bit of power play here from YaLLa Esports up towards the power grid. Going to stop them on the tracks, make them rethink their decision. This is a big 3 knocks, 1 even elimination there for YaLLa. Pulls off the shoulders here of Dunak.
YaLLa looking pretty consistent and pretty strong for all the 2 weeks. We saw they had a slight dip in performance at some point, but they obviously brought it back as they are sitting in that 3rd place overall for the Super Weekends. So YaLLa showing they got what it takes. A quick run over in that kill feed there. Twisted Minds with 2 elimination points already. And of course, they're on that southwestern side of the zone. Super comfortable playing in from the edge, which I absolutely love watching. Some other teams, though, Nigma Galaxy, we haven't talked too much about them. Nigma Galaxy picking up a elimination in that kill feed. I feel like Nigma Galaxy has by far been the biggest disappointment so far, especially a team that, you know, we have to hold to such high standards. They did very well on the last day of the Super Weekend, but that was only day or week number 1. Coming into week number 2, yeah, the 3rd day was their best, just like last week, but overall, their points dipped really far down.
I think Nigma felt likely safe from that 1 day of crazy play they had in that first Super Weekend, but you cannot hide the fact, as you say, that the rest of those 5 days did not look great coming through from them. Apart from maybe 1 or 2 of that Super Weekend, including where they were able to take a win. KURD 12, they do grab 2 across as well, trying to win themselves a position closer onto that zone. But you can see now it is so difficult for them. Yes, they had control of the center, but that roadside, those hills that their RTG Nigma control are so darn strong. And now that it goes towards them too, Zute, RTG, Enigma, you mentioned these 2 teams needing the points, needing a better show. This is by far the position here in this game to grab those kills.
That is a very hard circle shift to the western side. And you see Nigma Galaxy's position, those mountaintop terrains kind of splits everything in half. And a lot of these teams will have difficulty kind of just accessing the entirety of the western circle. Of course, the teams on the southwest side, they will have an easy way in. But for everyone coming in from the east, no teams really want to drive down that roadway where it's a deep chasm dip and just easy shots for anybody playing on top of the mountain. So we're going to see a lot of teams go out most likely on this eastern side as other teams trying to do those wrapping rotations onto the western side of that hard shift.
So we might just see a game of it in I was waiting I was hoping here, Zute, that we would get a zone that goes over to our pot. So my hopes and prayers, fingers, toes crossed for it. Maybe not for these players, though, because navigating, as you say, through that more eastern into the western side going to be very difficult. YaLLa, KURD12, some of these teams to have to do that walk of shame. Fortunately for them, drawing the short straw to go across these mountain sides. And the reason why YaLLa also here, Zute, not going further in is because of that dip in between those two mountains. Very, very difficult. Going to be pinned there by Nigma, and also to go in onto that space in between the three mountains around it. Likely gonna cause them some destruction. RTG have gone no for that position. 2 down into that chasm. 2 trying to climb up towards Nigma Galaxy, but you can see how difficult it is and why we try not to do it, because Hamodi with that off angle just causes so much chaos.
I love Nigma's split too. They have a 2-2 split, 2 on top of the mountaintop, and they have 2 players in the Apelzo city itself. Quite a beautiful split, because when you play a city location, you don't really need to stack 4 players in the city. Just having 2 in a compound is enough to deter a team, because there's so many buildings that you can play in that they'll be like, this one's occupied, we'll just go to another one. So if it shifts to the west or the east, Nigma Galaxy is pretty much set.
Fighting another, eliminating a revolution. Their first game of the day ends early. Hamodi there to bring them to their stores. RTG still back, eagle-eyed, though down. That's the focus for Nigma Galaxy here. And this is why we said we don't hold in, because now that it shifts away, the next shift away from them means that we have to climb up the hill, and it is going to be in our pots of finish, but with a hint of sadness in the eyes of all of these players, because it's also got those open fields where it is so diabolical to try to find a position in.
Yeah, nothing but some hay shacks. Not even shacks, they're just stacks of hay. Almost resembling a shack, but there's no hard cover walls. Those positions are little and far between as far as cover goes, as YaLLa Sanji taking some SLR shots. RTG doing some duck and weaves, avoiding every single bullet there. But yeah, RTG has to make that rotation, and you see how hesitant they are, because they're just under so much potential lines of sight on the high ground. They can't even tell that Nigma Galaxy have already left that high ground position. And that's why you do not want to be placed down here, and YaLLa looking to pressure them out to get ahead of them.
Their own fault, though. They did choose to go in here. They had a position YaLLa had, so it's their own deaths if they do find them. But to their own escape, if they can manage it. 2 going split to the 1 distraction. Do get away, and it will live to tell another tale, but they are heading straight on to Ralph, who can still play spoiler there for RTG, playing spoiler, one of the Nigma Galaxy, and I like this split to try catch out the kills, as we say, on that field side. Yes, they're outside of the zone, but so much work can be done from that high angle.
I love what YaLLa's doing. They're not just rotating straight on in. They're pressuring every step of the way to make sure this team, when they do come in from behind them, they're going to be coming in with little to no time to work with, versus just rotating right ahead and potentially giving up their backside. Fights happening elsewhere on the map. 963 taking a fight on that southeastern edge side of the zone. KURD12 trying to find their way into the circle, but of course, the 963 Egypt team not giving them a freebie in.
They've got the building too. They've got the zone, albeit on the very sliver of that southeastern end. In KURD12, they need to make their way up this mountainside. May look to try readjust towards more of a direct south, but you can see the NASR, the orange dots, you can see them now on your screen, control that mountainside. So KURD12, there is no easy angle unless you try to go up the hill towards that fighting versus RTG, and that may just take too long, only to bring you back in onto that open expanse. But they're gonna go for the push. They lose one, they still keep on no one alive, but I don't think for much longer. Basically, leaves one as Twisted Minds find one of here, the rest of KURD12. Unknowing gets in, it's KURD12, actually, should I say, that find that kill onto 963, but immediately punished by their NASR Partico on the other mountainside, as we said.
I like how KURD12 tried to use a distraction play with that vehicle. You saw the trade fire coming out, but I think it was a little bit too late. They should have been able to get that player knocked before the player on the back of the buggy could go down that easily. Unknown, last up for KURD12. He is going to play in one of those hay bale positions that I was talking about. Not the best of hard covers, but he's got to make do with what he can, but it's not looking good as the circle does shift onto the El Pozo region.
Ooh, we're getting El Pozo City, Zute, for our finish here, and I am a happy wolf boy indeed. It's RTG Esports KURDSQUAD. They look to try to find a fight on the edge of the blue zone. 9-6-3. Look for the punish. Nate on in, tries to find it, but it wasn't cooked enough. It was a panic one in 9-6-3. Are able to claim him by rushing quick enough. A disappointing match for them, but the firing is drawing in other opponents. Here's NASR. Are slowly making their way down, but I don't think they'll go for it. Judging because of that zone being so far away from them, it may give some breathing space here to 9-6-3. Albeit that zone closing in means they cannot stop. Liz is going to be lost and they down another member.
Yeah, I like NASR's approach. They tried to see if they could do a quick third party. They already had 2 players set up in the circle. We see them right there on the southern side. But with the zone closing in so quickly, they decided to give up that third party, and they are rotating in. We see some other teams set up in the zone already. Headquarters, one of the teams that really need these points, currently with only 2 members left alive. Not able to really stop that push as the buggies just kind of crash right on in such a short distance. And Shelby, that grenade chunking him down to 20 HP.
And it's from 4K, who are trying to silence down headquarters. So another big exchange here between the 2 teams. Again, finding themselves oppressed against each other. Enemy up towards also the top side, though, of this series of flats. Will just try to hide away from the bullets from the grenades here, 4K, but they're stepping upstairs. They want to find the current collection. They want to find the points that they're looking so hungrily for. And then it's overdue here from headquarters, already 2 dead. It's phase 5, closing further in. More fighting on, though. That more open expansion. YaLLa, who did not have the building to their name, losing another. But it's headquarters Shelby with a beautiful nade, finds the 3rd, and headquarters into the 4th. Eliminate headquarters overall.
I love how aggressive 4K is. Rather than just sharing that building, they realize the next circle most likely going to shift off them, and they're going to have to clear out that building either way. So they just took the fight to the likes of the other team of headquarters, and they come out on top. Nigma Galaxy, he lost that 1 player on top of the mountain playing that gigantic split earlier. Keeping 3 up into the late game also isn't too bad as Lord eats a grenade. Just YaLLa chunking it straight up onto the roof, almost potentially getting a knock there.
And need a hole, though. Is able to take it in chunks. As Nigma, as you say, keep himself alive. 9-6-3. You can see them. Might just be the next one to fall here. Is the zone also going to pressure in Twisted Minds, who have been overlapped there by NASR Falcons, all coming in behind them. Silent so. It's phase 5. Yet to close in. Only YaLLa going to lose another, but YaLLa was already in a bad position to begin with. But that size shift is going to cause a lot more chaos, Sute, when that zone does begin to finally close in.
Yeah, we're shifting away from all the buildings that are left into El Pozo. Still have those water tanks in play, and Rod, of course, have in Warehouse. But all these teams you're seeing right now on the northern side, they got to take their rotations or take their fights on the way in. As 4K looking to just go and brute force and just take a fight now with the Falcon team.
They miss out a nade, though. Falcons haven't dispatched 2 just yet. Cobra looking for the full heal, but he walks straight into Falcons, and I think he should have gone through the door. A slight misposition from 4K, lost him the 2nd member. And oh, it looks so dire now for 4K as they look a bit panicked, a bit flustered, go up towards some form of hiding. But where can you hide in this zone? You can hide nowhere. Falcons find a 3rd, and they're hunting for the 4th to clutch them up with the big fat claws, and Never Alone, no, is too greedy. 4K for Anaconda, bites down onto 1 at least. Looks for the buggy, looks to try get on out of there, as you cannot take that 1v4 in the same position. Looks for the revive as well. Through from Falcons. And back into 1v4 situation. Anaconda's found himself in.
Anaconda doing his best impression of a make, doing the Anaconda, getting a very beautiful grenade. That one could also be good. I don't think it will connect. He sees the players right there as Yusuf trying to stick that revive, and he's going to toss it right into them. It does tag down Yusuf a little bit. Anaconda with the UMP, back and forth jiggles. He's going to go back around the corner to maybe drop a smoke. He drops a molly instead, but that is going to allow the Falcon player that got revived to get a first aid off. Now he's going to be forced into a 1v2 situation. Anaconda lays down the smokes to deny the vision as another player gets into the fight and takes one down from Falcon. 1v1 situation here. This is going to be huge for 4K Esports. They really need all the points they can, but he gets taken out by Yusuf, and Yusuf with another clean peek. Yusuf getting a quick two-piece, eliminating two teams in the process.
Two teams that needed the points. 1million also down at 6. Big nade there from Twisted Mind. Should find NASR. No, it will not. The rock barely protects him. It wasn't quite over the top enough. Twisted Minds looking for the peak once more, but Vigor's almost blowing up. It's Dami too, but they both survive Enigma. They're finding nothing from the peaks as they still need to move themselves. Resets coming through as a confirm should be confirmed through Fry Rolkiz on the elimination. NASR though, as long as Rolkiz lives, there they go, was giving the information to his team on Twisted Minds, but Nigma cut it short. But they're not out of the woods yet. Out of the quicksand here that's drawing them down into the dirt as Twisted Minds still pin them down.
Twisted Minds looking absolutely beautiful right here. As Yusuf, he's got to watch his toes. Lord taking some shots, not connecting. Nigma Galaxy with 9 eliminations already. So playing that beautiful split, definitely working out in the long run. Down to 4 teams. Twisted Minds, I would have to say, has the best position. And this is what happens when Twisted Mind gets that circle shifted towards them on the edge. They have an easier time of fighting their way in and not having to make a huge, long rotation. And you can see right here the fruits of their efforts. 7 eliminations, and they keep 3 alive. Up to 8 eliminations now, and potentially the chicken dinner.
Make it 8. Should be clearly here the win for Twisted Minds. Nothing they can really do about it. Nigma Galaxy also down to our final 3. Only to close out Rad, the only team here that can really look to stop this. Yusuf maybe loses a peak, but that's at least one through from Sadat. Yusuf's playing quiet. Sadat gets in behind the hillside, looking for the finish, but a nade, it looks way off for Twisted Minds here, and the revive should come up as the second one still not cooked far enough.
We do see Twisted, they managed to get that reset, and there we go. They finally found the angle onto one of the players of Rod, and the second grenade should clean them out as the Falcon player just chilling on top of the water tank, having a little bit of a sunbathe right now, just waiting for one of the teams to go out before he sticks his head up, because as the last player up, he does not want to draw any attention of the Twisted Mind players or the Rod team for that matter.
Yeah, they've not got the zone either, though. They do have to move eventually. They could upset Twisted Minds entirely if they can find 1-2 quick knocks. Rad, though, looking bruised. Sadat down still. Munir, the only one remaining. The nade tickles him away. Another nade on in. Tries to dodge it. The molly, in fact, maybe the saving grace here for Munir is now he gets off his final series of bandages. Falcons succumb to the Blues, but won't even give a fight here to Twisted Minds. Munir on his last legs is Twisted Minds look to close out the game.
Very good game from Twisted Minds. We saw game number 1. They didn't get the circles either, and they fought their way in, and they had a top 3 finish with a lot of eliminations. This time around, the circles kind of went a little bit towards their favor. They still had to fight their way in, but they didn't have to make those wide, huge rotations, which, you know, I think is one area, or probably maybe the only area kind of Twisted Minds struggle in, but it works out for them. they win that Miramar game with the chicken, along with a good amount of elimination points.
Good overall amount of points there, also coming through from Rad, who coming in to their first game to Zute. Big show up there for that second position. Falcons didn't even give it a muscle move through to try and knock down side of Twisted Minds, the side of their Rad. I think maybe Falcons should have tried a bit harder. Also, possibly not acting to give up the point though for his death. Still, Rad don't they take the second place from it, and their position moving in was a lot tougher compared there to Twisted Minds. Kaz zone did not shift in their hands.
Well, it's not so much that the circles shifted a little bit better towards Twisted. It's because Twisted was just proactive on the edge the whole time. They cleared up a lot of spacing, and even though they had to move into each circle, they created an easier time for them to control more of the zone when the circle shrunk smaller and smaller. Rod, I do believe, was just playing more safe on the edge in a warehouse. So when the circle shifted off them, they didn't have much control. But looking at the overall points, Team Falcons, good game for them. 17 total. Nigma Galaxy just as well. Team Falcons, one of the teams kind of looking to step up this Super Week, and hopefully we will see them in there, as they've had an okay performance over the course of the 2 weeks, but definitely a team that would probably want to do even better.
Nigma Galaxy, though, 9 points through from them from eliminations, and getting that 4th position, a big step up for them as well. Finding, I think, some form to the expectations that we had of Nigma coming in onto this tournament. But you cannot forgive, though, I think, some of the mistakes, you could say, coming through from these teams of 4K. And I think 4K, yes, they got 6 points, okay, but I felt like they could have gotten a lot more to the point that Falcons got. I think that those placement points could have given them a massive result.
It would have been difficult for them because they did start off looting more on the eastern side, if I'm not mistaken. That circle hardship all the way to the west. Looking at the second page, KONQUEROR Iraq once again with a suboptimal performance. I do think coming into the new week, their momentum has definitely reset from the Super Weekend. RTG, we saw them win the first match of the day, and now it's a complete opposite performance, just only 1 point. Of course, Miramar, the more difficult map of the two, but luckily for teams like RTG, KONQUEROR, and teams that feel a little bit more comfortable on, maps like Erangel, we will have a total of 3 Erangels today and only 2 Miramars.
No standout to worry about, but I think still worries there for the Mind Weapon coming in off their first game. They have been averaging through that Super Weekend a rough average of 4 points per game, but 0 in this first one for them. And when you've only got now 7 more games, you say those points do really matter.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the overall so far for the 2 matches. Twisted Minds, of course, a very consistent game 1 performance, and then getting the chicken on the second definitely does not hurt. They're going to create a nice little lead for them with 42 points. RTG, the team that won the first game, even though they only scored 1 point, I believe this one, they'll still manage to hold that second place. So that just goes to show there's only been 1 team so far that's been consistent in 2 games in a row, and that'd be Twisted Minds. All the other teams having a decent game on number 1 and maybe a more, not as good game on the second one, or vice versa. Taking a look at the second page, not looking good for 4K Esports. They are doing better than Revolution, Dunak, and KONQUEROR, but 4K Esports is a team with 0 Super Weekend points, so they desperately need to get into this one if they even have a chance at making it into the finals.
Yes, another headquarter there, only 7 points for them through the first 2 matches. The Mind Weapon still to get off for 1 point here, down in 19th position, but equally a problem for, of course, Triple D to get back off to the momentum here that they could have been having potentially off of their Super Weekend. Yes, they've missed that one game vote, so Triple D, not so much of a worry. Neither there also the Mind Weapon iKURD, because at least they're both going to be playing the next 3 matches for the rest of today, though, Zute.
Yeah, so these teams do get a chance to kind of, take a sit back and chill on that first Miramar game of the day, and maybe coming into the next one, they'll feel a little more prepared. But Oppo moments right here on your screen as 1Million. We saw them lose 2 players early on, but that did allow for them to kind of snake into a different drop location and pick up a freebie point. Revolution, Smoker with that nice 1v2, and then trying to go aggressive onto KONQUEROR did not work out for the Revolution side, but eventually they closed it out.
NASR just running over there, Dunak, and unfortunately Dunak felt the same vote from YaLLa. It was a horrible game through for them, down also on that leaderboard, but is that zone closed in on our pot, so it was a lot of those teams pressuring on, not in the mountainside like Nigma for their elimination points, but also in that city. You could see how much work was being done by those teams controlling that edge coming in through from the flats.
We saw the circle do eventually end over there. And so many teams will whittle down player-wise. We did not see a full 4-man team towards the late game. I think when we had 7-8 teams left alive, every team had at least lost 1 player due to those hard, difficult shifts and being forced to fight their way in. And Falcons Yusuf, this was definitely the standout player. This player, Yusuf, single-handedly wiped out 2 teams in that 1v1 back-to-back, and then eventually got that position right there on top of the water tank. He was still putting in work. So out of Team Falcons, Yusuf definitely the MVP of the team, and maybe even the MVP of the match, because he had to do so much on his own towards that ending zone of Miramar.
Got himself 3 points, now is sitting pretty at the top of that leaderboard. Still so many teams, though, to get their start onto that top page of the leaderboard. Zute, to see if he can do it. It's going to be Erangel for game 3 after just a short ad break. Welcome everyone back to Down 3 to Go. We're approaching that halfway point of our first day of the third week here at the PMPL Arabia Spring Season. Myself, Han Wolf, and Zute bring you the rest of today's games. But if you want to also see something beautiful, well, it's down there on the bottom of your screens. It's the Offer Renault 6 Series, Zute, with upgraded performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Offer Renault 6 Series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports 2022. If you also don't want to jump in onto the conversation, you can find us using the hashtag PMPL and give us your thoughts and opinions on all of these teams and these players on our 5 social medias down below. Zute, it's been a crazy series of 2 games we've seen. I think definitely some minds leading up the pack though with 2 consistent games. There's still a lot to see though from some of our other teams. Yet, maybe to play 2 games, yes, but disappointing here and there nonetheless.
Yeah, and particularly out of the teams that, you know, towards the bottom of the overall leaderboards that need to do really well. I think the only team that kind of has stepped up to the bat, so to say, as far as the teams that are in the bottom, you know, 17th through 20th, and maybe even 15th through 20th overall, is RTG Esports. They came in on match number 1 of Erangel, just absolutely smashing it with the amount of elimination points they picked up and the chicken dinner. And we've seen other teams step up and do well over the course of just the 2 games we've played so far. But most of them are teams that are looking more comfortable in terms of qualifying into the finals. And RTG is the only team that not so good overall, but definitely starting off the day strong.
Definitely very strong start, as we said, from RTG. I think also a strong start through from NASR as well, who, yes, had a little bit of a slip up coming to the end of that second match, but keeping, I think, over any of these other teams alongside Twisted Minds, the consistency that we expected coming through from them after that second Super Weekend is, we repeat to say that they actually had one of the highest results of that second Super Weekend, but a 9 to 10 point average per game over those 15 matches, and I'm glad to see them here, Zute, bringing that again top tier gameplay to us.
Another team that, you know, you mentioned 9 to 10 point average, of course, Triple D comes to mind. They only played 1 Super Weekend, so maybe their average point per game is a little inflated, but they're averaging more than 10 points per game on the Super Weekend. Now, this team, I said I'm not too worried about, you know, qualifying for the next Super Weekend, this coming Super Weekend right here. But if they don't qualify, because they've only played 1 Super Weekend, that still puts them in a very dangerous position in terms of qualifying for the finals. And as far as the 2 league games that have, you know, happened already, Triple D, they're not looking too comfortable at all.
Yeah, Triple D, they're going in on to Erangel here. They got another chance to impress us. In fact, they've got 3 because they're going to be playing the rest of today's games. And I think alongside, as we said just briefly before the break there, also the Mind Weapon iKURD, another one of these teams who we're really expecting a lot out of. Unlike Triple D in their Super Weekend, they didn't have the greatest of results, averaging only about 4 points per game. And they are required right now to get in onto this Super Weekend. Otherwise, they lie in 18th position and they will not make the finals.
Triple D and the Mind Weapon both with 0 points right now. But of course, they've only played 1 match. We've seen 2 matches have played out. Both Triple D and the Mind Weapon sat out on the previous game, I believe. And well, they're back here now, so this is the game for them to kind of at least put a couple points on board. Having 1 bad match, definitely nothing to really get too upset about. As to remind everyone, teams will be playing a total of 8 matches during the league stage. A total of 10 will be played on screen, but teams will have to sit out for at least 2 of them. So they only get 8 games to really play to cement themselves in the top 16 during the league stage.
very southern here playing path for our game 3-2 Zoti means that we're going to see a lot of these teams congested on more side of that South Island, trying to maybe block teams out of the bridges, but also particularly around that side of Gatka Pachinki. But I might just be mistaken here, because that north zone, Zuti, is actually going to instead now draw these teams up further towards the likes of those bridges up north. To Roshok, Yasnai Polyana, Georgia Pool. These are the locations instead that I think teams are going to try to reach for early and then try to hold down other teams from approaching, getting past them.
Yeah, another very northern circle. We saw in the first Erangel game kind of similar playing path and kind of a similar circle. Both playing paths from east to west, more on the southern side in game 1. And now coming into game number 3, the second match of Erangel, another same playing path in another circle that's very more focused on the north. It does give somewhat of an advantage for the teams that played in the first game of Erangel, teams like Triple D, who will be a little bit more familiar with maybe what they would need to do in this game to put themselves in a better position, because they got 0 points in that first game of Erangel. I do expect them to do a little bit better.
Yeah, doing it, of course. So the first kill of the game is going to be 963. They were able to secure a not going to confirmed elimination onto Falcons as well. Starting off the game, heading to Yasnai Polyana with only 3 Rico and DDD Esports. A close shave there, almost losing Bandar as well. Teams, so as we said, going to make the earlier rotations, and I think we're going to probably see here as well, because these teams are going to be so split between the plane path and also that first phase zone. I'm hoping a slightly quieter first phase, you'd say, much more about the positions based on where these teams are looking to go.
Yeah, positioning is going to be huge in this one, even though we're only in the first circle. Usually, first circle of Erangel, positioning doesn't matter all too much, because there's so much different ways to rotate still, and you don't know where the circle is going to shift towards. But particularly for this one, it is very north, and the plane path was very south. So if teams don't rotate or set themselves up, it's going to be a lot more difficult than usual on this game of Erangel to continuously rotate as we head into circle 2, 3, and onwards. Rico Infinity's rotating on north, not so much due to the reason of the circle, but they're just going north to where they usually loot in the area of Severny.
Still, Severny looking fairly quiet for now, alongside a lot of these other places on the map as teams do begin to establish themselves. Also, YaLLa rotating towards their south side of Georgia Pool, but KURD12 do go towards the north side, and there will also be able to avoid a potential fight too. Oh no, it's northern side. We mentioned the bridges, Ute, and not only really was it here Georgia Pool, they are having these bridges, but just off to the east, so did I say, towards that wizard tower, towards also those hills, a potential here for some of these squads as they finish their looting phase to look to try to camp some of these other teams, as you say, who haven't established a position, who need then to cross maybe later on, or want to try to get a central circular position in phase 1 and punish them for that. And coupled also by the fact there, to say that you actually have these teams in this region that do like to take that center position in around phase 1, phase 2.
Center position in this one will be more important than regular, but we don't see teams making that super early rotation just yet. We are 6 minutes into the game. I would say, like, on the PMGC level of things, I think teams that prioritize early rotations on certain zones, we would see them start rotating around the 6-minute mark. There's 20 seconds left until we hit that 6 minute. And speaking about PMGC level team, this Nigma Galaxy team, well, you only see 2 on their screen in Pachinki, and that's because the other 2 did hit that rotation. So the timing out of that team quite well. Stalwart Esports also hitting the earlier rotation here, but they are going to have to wrap all the way around the eastern side to breach on in. So they're going to be taking a little bit longer to finish that rotation, unlike the side of Nigma Galaxy. But besides Nigma Galaxy and Stalwarts, I think they're the only two teams kind of rotating early. So good to see them understanding that with this type of zone, of first circle rotation is more crucial than regular.
I like Star Wars rotation being as a full man squad though, because they are on the side, but it's more heavily contested, Zute. You saw the 963 right behind them. Had they made a 2-2 rotation where 2 tried to stay back, they may have run into trouble with 2 of their members potentially going down. The reason also though why, as you said, was quite well, Nigma Galaxy and their rotation being split, however, was because they didn't have to worry about that as much. They had Pachinki all to themselves, and then the 2 other members can rotate up towards the bridges and look for the information, look for that center position that we've been talking about. And there, because these 2 teams have that extra information, have that heads-up play now in this early game, it's going to make it a lot easier for them to actually control and gatekeep some of these other teams. As you can see, Stalwart potentially doing against Dunak and 963, as we said, up towards that northern side, but Nigma, more importantly, versus a lot of those squads like KAMIKAZE rotating up, and more closer to them, YaLLa in the mind weapon iKURD right on against them.
I'm gonna venture out and say something crazy right now, Highland Wolf. I'm gonna predict a winner of this match. I know it's only the first circle, and we still have 6. Yeah, but I'm remembering a very northern circle in this tournament where Rico Infinity just absolutely crushed it. And now going into the late game of this circle, it could quite literally go anywhere on the map in that gigantic first circle. But a team that works really well from the north down whenever the circle does go more north is the Rico Infinity team. And just gonna throw it out there, chances of this happening are very slim and very extremely low, but in case it does, I think Rico Infinity might get the chicken on this one.
Like, gonna have to contact Glitter Explosion, Zute. She's the one with all of the chicken dinner vibes. We knew it from PMGC.
That is true.
You got a number?
I'll send her a screenshot right now of this zone and the team's playing. I'll be like, Glitter, quick, pick a team. Tell me which team's gonna win this match. But I don't know if she's up. It's quite early over here in the States as
wake her up for the IQ of the team that wins this game. I mean, it makes us look smart, you know? Is this second phase gonna be a big one?
That's a good one.
Do you still
That's
think
a good one for the Rico
win,
Infinity side. Yes.
Ooh.
Yes. This is a good one for the Rico Infinity side. Of course, you know, where it ended was a little bit northwest to the shooting range where I don't even think they got the chicken on that. No, maybe they did. They were at least top 2. I remember it came down to them and another team. They might have not won, but they played so well. So let's see what happens here as Nigma Galaxy, oh man, holding a nice little central split right there on the southwest, but they just lost 2 members back to back, trying to hold too much territory, being pushed in from the south and a team from the north. And now another player from Nigma Galaxy dropping down. But they do manage to take down 2 of KAMIKAZE. No, 3 of the KAMIKAZE players knocked. And that grenade could be the end-all be-all, but it shoots a little bit too deep. Lord with the second one, also flying a bit too far. KAMIKAZE might get a full reset here. Lord down to just 1. I want to see Lord press more aggressive because with one, yeah, they knocked 3 of KAMIKAZE. They know they knocked 3. Lord going in for the hero play right now, getting 1, but he has 2 more that he needs to finish because the revives did come through.
He's trying to get around her side, fine, so the reset has been completed. Another one by Aziz and Dar, and it makes it only more difficult for another 1v2. Finds the one, Dar, low health, he's trying to heal, he gets it off, and because of that heal, Lord falls. And because Lord, just a second or 2 sooner, didn't push that second or 2 sooner, he falls down as a result. Now, yes, the My Weapon iKURD were right here all along, and they should also be pushing this against the rest of KAMIKAZE, which they are not doing, but it would have still been 4 kills over as a result to at least Nigma Galaxy and saved him at least 1 extra position.
Them not pushing might actually work out for them in the sense of KAMIKAZE gets a full reset, meaning
Exactly.
There's a potential of 4 points to be gained from the mine weapon iKURD. Whereas if they pushed earlier, if they finished that last player that was up, the 3 previous knocks would go to the side of Nigma Galaxy.
True.
KAMIKAZE going into the water now. They realize just what a terrible position they put themselves in. And I have to give credit to Lord. There was the mine weapon on the side, so he had to smoke himself across. So that did stall out just enough time as, ooh, beautiful spray by Ali, picking up 2 right back to back. And they are fighting on a very southern side of the circle, more of an isolated fight. The only team that could potentially third party this is CONQUEROR Iraq, but they're kind of far. And they finished down 3. Only 1 player left from KAMIKAZE. They're able to get that revive inside the water, though, but it's not looking good.
4 kills, though, already over to the mine weapon iKURD. They're looking for 6 in just our first 12 minutes, and they've stolen this position away with Nigma. It looks so great for its exact reason. Revolution, Smoker also there is also joining the end of that fight. Maybe looking for something, but it's only going to be a solo scout in that third phase. Oh, please. Oh,
wait
no.
a second. Wait. Do you see this split by Rico Infinity? It's hard to pinpoint, but there's 2 in the center of the new zone. And then on the south edge of that new white circle, 2 of Rico Infinity came from... They just did like 2,000 meter split. I mean, I like to see them try and do that in PMGC level, but it's kind of crazy just how much advantage they're trying to take advantage of this lobby. That is not a split that will work in PMGC. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but that was a greedy split. Like, but hey, they know they're better though.
I know, that's a split that you do when you're like first place, Sute. When you got so many points, it doesn't matter anymore because you know you've already qualified. It's like a meme push, really. Rico to try bait out maybe some kills onto headquarters here onto 4K, punish those rotating later on.
So this area of the zone is exactly kind of where it shifted to that day that Rico Infinity, you know, had an absolutely stellar game. So it's playing out, and they're playing the same exact compound too that they played last time in a very similar circle. So you see repeated positions out of top tier teams because they practice the same position in the same circle over and over. So no matter where it shifts, they're very familiar with how to push out, whether it goes to the east, the west, the south, and etc. But these circle shifts are definitely more on the wild side as it continuously goes up to the north.
DDD Esports, they get themselves under the rock, but look how bruised they are, and look at everyone around them. They've not got really that much cover. The rocks there do protect him a slight little bit. It's KURD 12 right against them. Also did just lose 1. Bringing them also down to 3. The zone having closed in. Now everyone's against it. I'm expecting a lot of these to drop. You can see the kill feed beginning as well against Revolution down on that south side, but it's still DDD on our screens in the trouble of KURD 12. As you can see, the vehicle also going to be blowing up, and now a nade chucked in onto the middle of that smoke. Won't find anyone, no. The rock protects Geif, protects push for now.
DDD. This position, I understand they're here because it's dead center of circle, and there's not much, you know, just strong positions to play in this area of the map. Maybe it was all taken. This is a very precarious spot. They can try and keep their heads down low here, which is exactly what they're doing to just weather out the storm. But this isn't the DDD that I'm used to seeing. They're a bit more controlling and dominating in that last super weekend as we do head into the new circle shift. And of course, it just goes right on to the Rico Infinity team. My prediction, looking better and better as the zones continue to shift. The only problem is I hope a team doesn't full send Rico Infinity and damage them just enough for a third team to third party both. But Rico Infinity have 4 up in a very strong compound in the center of zone.
So all on Rico to try to defend it, though. You can see that zone went very high up north. In Zute, all of these teams still to pressure down. Now for Rico, hoping where these outside teams take out each other, thin the herd just slightly for them, as you say, to avoid those third parties potentially against them. KURD 12, another falling down as they cannot catch the break. They tried to push onto Triple D. They lost one through from Revolution rotating in, and the second one now confirmed away. The mine weapon as well, losing another 2 Falcons.
Oh, beautiful shots by CONQUEROR. That's a very long-range shot. Are they going to push off that, though? I don't think so, because that Stalwart's position is not in zone. But if they do take that position, they could use that spot as a jumping point. But YaLLa thinking differently, stopping CONQUEROR from getting that easy push that they want to. And on the eastern side of the zone, headquarters coming into play here. 2 of their players knocked. They could get the reset, but the zone is slowly closing, so they have to finish this fight quickly. And it's actually a fight against 2 different teams, 963 and RTG here. Similar colors, but it is 2 different teams.
And it's headquarter, the only outsider here, looking bright down yellow, who find, though, the at least 1 kill that they needed. Keeping all of them back alive for now. YaLLa will be revived back up nice and safe into the compound, and it's this compound that here headquarters hold that is why 963, why RTG are rotating this way, because it's one of the very few inside of his zone. But a big knock there onto RTG Esports as they lose the final one inside the ocean.
RTG had an extremely good game 1, but this is 2 games in a row where they're kind of struggling. So good for them to get that chicken. But the points are starting to get zeroed out as they have back-to-back terrible games. Headquarters, though, they're looking to pull a good game here as keeping 4 up into the late game. Headquarters in an interesting position as well. It's going to be difficult for them to fight in as Triple D continuing to just try and keep their heads down low, but I talked about them weathering the storm. They've weathered down to just 1 player, and there's still 11 teams left alive. So even if this player goes out now, that is not enough to even gain 2 placement points.
And it's because they set themselves in such an unresettable position here earlier on, Zute. There was nowhere for them to go, and it's KURD 12 that established that burnout onto the vehicle that they had. And because there was no vehicle for them to escape from, it put them into such a difficult position to get out of. Revolution, though, now controlling the new circle shift into the center, as Rico Infinity Esports no longer inside the zone, but they're much closer than a lot of these other teams like YaLLa, who still have the furthest of anyone to go.
YaLLa, though, 4 players up. They should be able to push on in. Not like the Twisted Minds team. They don't usually play from the edge fighting in, but I think all teams near the top 5 overall of the Super Weekend scores are experienced enough teams to make it happen and make it work. You see them scouting around, trying to get some openings with util, not getting any openings, so they are going to have to make more of a full send rotation. You can see right here, they're just staying still, checking the map, communicating with the rest of the team, what rotation to do, what wrap do we do. How can we fight our way into this next zone? Because they know every position they will have to fight in for. There is no open positions to slate into the game. And we're gonna follow YaLLa on this 4-man rotation.
It's risky. They're gonna get it. They're gonna get it off. No one's knocked them yet. Finally, they begin to fall. They lose 1. Possibly 2. Yes, Sanji will be knocked. They stop in the middle of everyone, and it might have been the wrong play here. It's also, you've got to keep in mind a big potential here for the mind weapon also to fall out from their 11 points. YaLLa will fall 2. I wanted to mention it. They've got the most kills here, but we just lost 3 trying to come in from the south side of that zone. Unfortunately, it ain't looking great. There, the final one. Crazy. Eyes on target by 963. We'll find him, and the streak of kills ends at 12.
The mine weapon, very good game for them. One of the teams that desperately need to qualify. Same with headquarters. They're still 4 up. Only one elimination to their name, though, but they are in the top 7 at worst. Top 6 now, as Conqueror Iraq also go down. Oh, but this snake could be huge. A huge problem for the headquarters team, as they are taking a 4v4 with 963. 963 gets that opening nade. But Rico Infinity on that western side is kind of pressuring 963 from pushing in as hard as they want. But they get the confirmation on one. Another player knock, 963, getting a confirmation onto his second and peeking out, getting a third knock here. That Rico Infinity team keeping their heads low and not pressuring 963 as I expected. But the smokes are good too for the 963 team to be able to do this onto the side of headquarters. And they're going to push maybe. They know they got 2 confirmations and the knock, and I love this push. Clear out the sides of your circle. They're going to push right into the compound.
They're going to go for it. They knew that someone might be coming around the outside. That's why we went so fast with the nades, but it's a stopper, but not enough, because Revolution, who third parties their enemy, encloses it out there for 963. 10 kills for them now with Stalwart. Also another team to fall here, Dunak. Dunak outside the zone though, because that zone is shifted again through to Revolution. Another central shift for them.
So what's gonna happen if Rico Infinity wins this game? We're down to the top 4 now. They're the only team with 4 alive, and I called a Rico Infinity when there was 63 players left alive and we were still in the very first circle. Please, Rico Infinity, do not let me down now, as the fighting is going to ensue, and nobody touching the side of Rico Infinity. Not just yet, at least. The Revolution team playing a nice position here. Ooh, this dip is actually could work out huge for them. 963 coming over onto the eastern side as Rico Infinity slowly working their way in. I love Rico Infinity's split. They're sending 1 player in to gain info, but they're keeping 3 players outside of the circle to maintain a 360 control of the entire battlefield. And that is another team down. Dunak is eliminated. We're down to the top 3.
And it's that kill on there to Dunak, going to go over to Rico Infinity Esports and Revolution being decisively finished off by their Rico once more, and 963 angry with a 13 kill stolen away. Their hard work taken in the zone, taken 2 here by Rico Infinity Esports as Lizard on the front, so low. Nades 1 or 2 on the edge would find it. Noser as well, tickled down to a third of their HP.
Rico Infinity, they have the positioning advantage. Everything is looking great for the Rico Infinity to win. They have the positioning advantage. They have majority of the zone control. They have 4 up against the 3 of 963. 963 are all prone. They're kind of stuck. But we've seen teams mess this up before, and even the likes of Rico Infinity could potentially mess this up if they get a little bit too aggressive. 1 player gets knocked, 1 player gets too close, but what is that spray by Bandar? Just lasering, locked on. Maybe he saw a little bit better with that TPP advantage from the top of the vehicle, and they're going in for the full send push, just absolutely demolishing that team. And I don't need to hit up Glitter Explosion. I don't even think Glitter Explosion has predicted a win as solidly as that. I said this Rico Infinity team, I saw once on the northern side of Erangel how well they play, how familiar they are in that north area. And it's not too big of a surprise. They loot Severny after all, so they're used to, you know, seeing the map play out, or at least understanding the map terrain and knowledge, and they get the win. And my prediction comes true in quite a good fashion.
Look, I'll call you Glitter Domus from now on, okay, Zute? Because clearly, or even Zute Domus, because
Zute
you got
Domus.
you got the IQ prediction here coming in for our third match. 27 points there for Rico Infinity Esports and a big fat win. But also, it was big kills coming through from 2 other teams in that leaderboard. You can see 963, 12, but even a Mind Weapon iKURD shooting up with their 5th place position, all thanks to their 11 elimination points too.
11 eliminations out of the mine weapon iKURD. That is good to see. If there's any motivating factor, it's getting your points through not placement points, but through elimination. The mine weapon, very good job for them. 963 also with 12 eliminations, beautifully done. As we look more towards that second half of the leaderboards, Headquarters down there in 8th, not too bad. I mean, they've had 2 games now where they at least put up, a couple of points. But second half, well, Nigma Galaxy on the very bottom, RTG as well with 0 points. RTG, a little bit worried for them as they are that 16th overall team in the Super Weekends. They had 1 chicken so far, but now they only have 1 match left to play and only with 20 points or so gained so far.
Dangerous. So for them, as you say, they've got to step up. If they don't step up now, concerns for them. KURD12, one of those teams who say that also I feel with you here is going to be the danger zone for them. They are from Group A. They've got one more match, should I say, to get those points on Miramar. Is the momentum starting to fall? Because I feel that weight is shifting to some of our other teams again, like the Mind Weapon, getting those points and shooting them away up into those overall rankings.
When we take a look at the overall, of course, Rico Infinity now back in number 1 as per usual. Of course, we still have a couple matches left in the league, but they did finish yesterday's league day at number 1 overall. And just with the massive amount of points gained, they've been number 1 overall in the Super Weekend as well. But 963, very good performance by them, shooting them up there. RTG, they've had a total of 3 matches played, 2 very poor games, but you can see how much that one winner chicken dinner is doing for them, keeping them in the top 4 overall. For now, I think it's safe to say they will end up top 16 overall to qualify into this weekend's Super Weekend. But we've also seen teams just continuously drop the ball game after game. So we'll have to see as the rest of the matches play out today and tomorrow.
Fortunately, for some of these teams, as we said, like KURD12, looking a little bit stagnant in their 13th position with only 15 points. Headquarters still to get up there. The Mind Weapon, no, you can see 1 game less than them, and they're already on the same amount of points. And really is a concern, I think, for especially considering, as we said, they are in Group A, and also the fact that Headquarters here, they're going to be missing out on that next game. So teams like the Mind Weapon, iKURD, and even teams like also Triple D, who, yes, have been struggling in these first 2 games they played, still have many more to go. Even the likes there, as you can see, 4K Esports, with 2 more matches to play, and they still have the potential to rise up above them.
It's good that for the likes of 4K Esports and Triple D, that they only need top 16. So yes, they have gained little to no points after 2 matches, but to break into top 16 is not that hard. And as we take a look at the Opal moments, just the chaos that broke out in this first game, of course, Nigma Galaxy, they were fighting 2 teams at the very start, and Lord, this player, I have seen him do absolutely insane things out of the PMGC stage. Probably my favorite player out of the Nigma Galaxy team, and he almost had that 1v4 clutch. But the third-party pressure from the Mind Weapon slowed him down just enough to prevent it. And the Mind Weapon, 1 placement point, but 11 elimination points. Hey, that is one way to get your points secured. And they just fought in continuously from the edge of zone, and they did a really good job of it.
Massive work coming through from them there. Also, I think you have to mention again the position through from Headquarters. It looked so great in this game as well, but it was 963 who was tailing him this entire game, and unfortunately was their undoing. Also, the mind weapon, the other team here in the need for those points, had a great match for them, but again, suffering to the hands of 963, who really felt like the Grim Reaper for all of these teams in need to avoid the death zone of that 17th to 20th position if they don't get the points here in the league stage.
And in the closing of that match, we could see just the classic Rico Infinity. We see them do this so often. It just seems like somehow towards the end game, they always set up to win or at least have a very good chance at winning the game through their spacing, through their control. They don't go too aggressive. They maintain a nice control over everything, and then they go in for the kill in the chicken dinner.
Still, though, 2 more chicken dinners to be had, but who wins them? Can Zute predict 2 more games? Got to find out after a short break once more.
Every time landing in
for what is going to be our final Miramar game here at PMPL Spring Split Arabia. First day of the first Super Weekend. I'm ahead of myself here, Zute. I'm getting too excited. The third league week here. And as you know, it's with myself, Hannibal, and Zute. But we have what was a crazy third zone. It wasn't to the fact that it's just us on the desk today. I'm hoping that at least Sute, that we'll have a nicer zone this time around to balance out the evilness.
Honestly, the zones have not been too crazy. It's the first circle that kind of throws things off for players, but the hardships have not been like we saw last week. I think this week is rather, well, I mean, if we're comparing to last week, right? Last week was just absolutely wild. This week seems a lot more tame in comparison, but the circles are still more on the difficult side. I would have to agree with you on that one.
Yeah, we're going to be jumping straight onto as we see our final Miramar game. This time, though, it's going to be, remember, Group B sitting out for this match. And that means, as we said before the break, some trouble, Sute, in some of those teams in their points that we've been getting so far. One more chance for KURD 12 to get their points, and also teams when we look towards the likes of Headquarter not playing in this game and still in need of their points.
And Miramar, this is going to be, you know, a 2-day Miramar type of day. We saw, you know, other maps being played multiple times outside of Erangel in the previous weeks, but with Miramar, it is one of the more difficult maps. Almost, you can argue, more difficult than Sandhawk, because with Sandhawk, you have the med strategy available to you if you can tell that the circle is very unfavorable. But for Miramar, it could be extremely unfavorable, but you could still find a way to make it work, which sometimes forces teams to try and do things, and if it doesn't go well, they might be taken down early. But let's talk the plane path. This plane path, pretty fair for many of the teams. I don't imagine we're going to see much trouble in the early game, but of course the trouble always comes out towards the later stages of the Miramar game when the rotations get more and more difficult.
Hoping that'll be the case. Got to see where the first phase goes. It disagrees with you, Sute. It's going to go all the way over towards the Montenegro side, and we're going to have a zone that it just loves to encompass that outer bounds region.
Oh man, another Western Circle. So we've seen 2 Northern Circles back-to-back on Erangel, and 2 rather Western Circles back-to-back on Miramar. Now with Miramar, this zone isn't too bad, because if you look at the center of the zone and the 2 long road paths leading in, right, it does allow for teams to make somewhat of an easy rotation towards the center of the Miramar map to set up their positioning. But the question begs, what teams will take advantage of that early game rotation and make use of those roadway access ways?
Right, and that south road as well, one of those main roads is fairly open. It's going to be vulnerable, as you said, to those coming in from Picardo's side. But that northern road, Zute, that's the one I'm keeping my eyes on, because we saw Nigma Galaxy just in Game 2 get all of their kill points, their elimination points, from utilizing those mountains of teams coming in. Got to see if they'll be able to use the same strategy again, or if teams will try to adapt. As you said, it's a very similar zone to what we're used to. Saif, though, only used to death here for Triple D in the first game, unfortunately, and it's not looking great this one. Is Saif already eliminated? First of all, and KURD 12, we said they've got one more match to play. They need these points. That's at least one in the bag.
Yeah, Triple D, though, they also need these points, and after 2 games, they've only had 1 point gained, looking nothing like the games that they had out the Super Weekend. If we want to say, you know, Super Weekend points per average after 2 games, they should be sitting around 20-something points, but instead they're sitting at a big fat numero uno, and that's not the one that you want. Being number 1 is usually good, but if being number 1 is your total points gained, that is very bad. Triple D looking more and more dire for them. Of course, they do have 3 players still up alive, which I would feel more comfortable with if this was like a map like Erangel, because it's quite doable to have a good game with only 3 on Erangel, but with only 3 on Miramar, and the circle is hard shifted to the western side, and you're on the furthest east side of the Miramar map, it is not a good start, and potentially not going to be a good game for them either.
Revolution holding quiet though, is 1 million back, also needing his points too. Trying to find a spray, they get it licked. He outplays their smoker. And 1 million also up 1 for their efforts. Junkyard not going to be the home here for Revolution, as the other 3 were making their vote at the end of the pattern. So we won't have to worry about the full squad wipes or taking the 5 versus 1 million, but we're still 1 down. And the bigger problem being is, yes, they've got a space for now, but it's outside of phase 1. And those inside of half the end of the pattern, well, is no other than Rico Infinity Esports.
I love what 1 million did there when they picked up that elimination. You could kind of say that the player outplayed them, and he definitely did have a very quick, just flick back onto that player. But you saw before that engagement happened, they were scouting around and driving around as a team. So they had a good idea and the wherewithal that there might be a solo player snaking there. And because they had that idea in their minds, the second that player took shots at him, he was more than ready to kind of flick back, even though he thought it was clear. So that's definitely different than just running into a location completely blind and doing a sick 180 flick. He was ready to potentially do that 180, and with the brain, just basically the mind, more aware and prepared for a potential snake, he managed to clean that one out quite nicely. And even if he got knocked, you saw he had 2 teammates very, very close by to get the trade and prevent the thirst.
Speaking about avoiding road fights, I'm really happy with the rotation coming through from Rad. Now, this is how Rad on this northern side, rotating from La Coperia up down to Crater Fields and then into a pot to after, was how they got the points, was how they snuck in onto that zone. And I'm surprised that other teams, do say, aren't also potentially going through a strategy. Maybe Falcons later rotating in, because they did start over in Tierra Blanca, do decide to go for a more quieter, hard northern shift round. But I am still shocked that teams aren't looking to try stop this, or try copy it at least.
Yeah, I think teams just are waiting for the next circle shift to determine what to do. Definitely taking advantage of that north around Rappin to wrap in, not just from the north, but from the north into the west side, right? Because we know so many teams will be on the eastern side of the map with the way the circle has shifted or just placed itself on the first circle. So if you could kind of come in from the west side, you'll be in a way less congested area. As I'm looking at the minimap though, the rivals team, or not the rival, sorry, the Revolution team, they are wrapping towards that northwestern side. You see another team following right behind them on your screen. 4K Esports also on that northeastern side. Maybe they'll wrap a bit more to the northwestern side and mention or take that rotation you were talking about just earlier from the Rod team.
They hope so. I hope so. The reason why some of the teams maybe aren't going for this, so on the other hand, is that it is around Crater Fields today, and it is an extremely open area. Getting caught on Crater Fields often, if you are your full team, can mean getting pinned inside of the open. If you don't have a vehicle, it's almost impossible to rotate out of. YaLLa, though, elsewhere, in down towards here. Picardo onto Monte Nuevo have found 1-9-6-3. No upsets this time from them. Only tears the hands of YaLLa.
YaLLa with that very strong high ground position, which completely deters 963 from even trying to go for the revive. They know if they commit 1 player for the revive and have 2 players supporting, they're essentially putting the entire team in a risky position to be eliminated. So they're going to just let that one go, and it's a wise decision to do so as well. Triple D on that southeastern side in the blue zone, along with NASR. You can see now just where this circle might shift and might determine the rest of the Miramar game be played out. I want to see a Western circle shift here, as it does shift to the west, but could have shifted a bit harder to the west. We've seen zones where the unplayable area of the West Miramar is quite heavily in the second circle, but not this time around. So good for the teams playing. Montoy Neville still just center of the map.
Twisted Minds. This is their section. I like the split they're behaving through this second shift here, Zute. They brought Kaido. They brought here also a second up towards the hillside, and it's going to give them that more information, being the center of the map players. And we're curious, actually, if they do give that up entirely and then move 4 players up towards that hillside and not willing to be inside of the city itself so early on, because there are, as we say, going to be so many teams looking to try take up Montenuevo too.
I think for the second circle, they're going to do a similar thing that we saw Nigma Galaxy do in game number 2 of Miramar. They'll just hold a split, and in a city this early on, if you just have one player firing off your weapon, that will deter a team from going to those compounds or those buildings in particular, and they'll just take up another building position elsewhere. And that is exactly what Twisted Minds is doing. They're doing a 2-1-1 split. Of course, Twisted Minds very comfortable with their splits because individually the players are very experienced, as KAMIKAZE running into a nice split on the western side controlled by Nigma Galaxy. They'll take down one. And this is going to be a very isolated engagement because they are so far in the west side. Nigma Galaxy might just continue this fight because they feel comfortable in the 4v3 with little chance of being third-partied.
KAMIKAZE also on that more western side, though. More open, looking for the hillside. And I like that actually we've had that third player begin to split off from Montenuevo. You said almost creating the line here for Twisted Minds to stop and deter, as you say, teams like KAMIKAZE trying to rotate out from a difficult position, keeping them inside of that difficult space and then creating problems for them later down the line. Not killing them, but creating more and more of a dilemma. The mind weapon also curious here to see in this third league stage, can they get the placement points? Now, we saw them get massive kill points in that third match, Zute. We never saw them really, bar one Erangel game in last week's Super Weekend, get any placement points really at all. I mean, you saw them back towards their first day at the end of that Super Weekend. They only had 4 placement points, and that trend continued, where it was their elimination points, their aggression carrying them to where they are today.
Yeah, the mind weapon, it's an interesting team. Usually teams that we see struggle are the opposite when it comes to elimination points and placement points. But it's a tough one for the mind weapon. For now, though, all they need to focus on is qualifying one more time, and maybe they could figure things out going into the next Super Weekend as we go into the next circle shift. That is nasty. So from the entire eastern side of that circle, where Twisted Minds is playing, up to where Nigma Galaxy is high ground. And you can't go on that high ground rotating in from east to west. The only real access way is right between where the M is, where the KAMIKAZE team just rotated. So everybody's going to be like stuck on the eastern side of the circle, which is only about 20 to maybe 30% of the zone. And the entirety of the west side is just kind of blocked off and locked off from so many teams.
Yeah, right as well. Desha, the only one up towards that northern side. I could argue there is also some form of a dip there in terms of the terrain that Rad can't hide behind. The only problem being, well, there's 4 members of Falcons up behind Desha, and the rest of the Rad, they're not quite there into the point the Falcons are. So it's all about surviving there on the northern end too. And it's going to be that trend continued, I think, for all of these 16 teams, Zute. That felt like it was going to be a normal game here in Miramar, and then as Zute Highland fashion, they all got debated in on by the third phase shift.
This is a very bad circle for many teams. Nigma Galaxy, though, they're chilling. Same with Twisted Minds. You saw that split that they had earlier. They're going to readjust to a 2-2 now as we head into the later stages of the game. But this could be a very big game for Nigma Galaxy because there are teams trying to do that northwestern wrap that you mentioned in the very beginning of the game. Nigma Galaxy, though, also preparing for that. And they set up a nice 2-2 where they just control the entirety of the road crossing. And they already managed to pick up 2 elimination points. Pick up more.
Stalwart holding off a little bit of YaLLa here, but they didn't find the knocks. They didn't stop YaLLa from entering in, and now they pressured us equally back onto Stalwart themselves. Falcon finding one, confirm into the elimination there onto Lixty for them. Is still making their road down. In fact, no, it will be 2 in total. It must be. Is there? That was a double there through from Falcons, and it's even worse off. Is yes, down to 2 here for the 1 million crew, entering in onto the mountains. The buildings offering some form of protection, but you've got to imagine that these are also going to be looked upon by a lot of these other teams. In fact, Falcon already eyeing up that same location.
Next circle shift about to come through. Many teams manage to just get to the very edge of that zone, but not even able to really get anywhere deeper as the circle shifts to the northwest, and it goes away from the city. It goes away from the eastern side, which just means they all have to press in more and more, and this is going to cause absolute chaos and carnage everywhere as K12 taking a fight with the NASR team on the southeastern edge of the zone.
No team dead yet, though, Zute, and it means a lot of these teams likely looking at quick eliminations one after the other against them. NASR struggling, though. It is a double against them from the hands of Triple D and Miracle and the rest of NASR, who were looking to press upon K12. Now K12 with the advantage. Bardashani looking for the right opportunity. Miracle still not popping the head quite yet, though. But his zone is moving in. You can see the pressure being put on him. Miracle looking for the shots, but Bardashani knows it. Now another smoke. As they look to try to run away, though. Makes it maybe a bit obvious going straight away. And now Zahn puts him back under and grabs himself an opportunity to get in onto the zone. But it is risky.
And NASR realizes it's going to be a YOLO rotation no matter what they do, so they just try to stay as long as they can to maybe pick up an elimination. But they are going for that full send now as everything is being covered in the blue zone. 963 might take some shots here, but NASR drives by another player of 963, gets tagged up a little bit, but all of these teams, all 3 of these teams on the southern zone, nowhere close to the circle, nor do they know what's open in this new zone.
Miracle downed by 963 in through the window, but Hassan survives and gets the full first aid. Now Kit back on to his healthy little bite, back up to full HP. Rico Infinity Esports, a brave rotation here, crossing the road. Is no vehicle, but no one there to stop them, and he will live a little bit longer. One road down is also the play zone begins to claim Humam. Falcons also going to claim 1 million, even more so, but it's Rico Infinity, as we said, with their dangerous plays punished correctly, is there they fall out in 16.
So many teams with only 1 member. Triple D, 1 million NASR just eliminated. YaLLa picking up a total of 5 eliminations now, controlling that northeastern side extremely well. And we're about to head into the next circle shift, and there is 4 teams still with only 1 player left alive. These are the teams that have been heavily punished by the circle shifts, and it shows with just them losing players left and right as they try to mad scramble their way in. 963, next one about to be taken out.
39 players, but still 14 teams, and as you said, 963, they'll trade off each other as Twisted Minds claimed by the blue zone. Let's forget, don't worry about the team numbers, the zone still hurts just as much in phase 4 to phase 5. is the next shift about to come across. Twisted Minds making that mad dash push, as we say. It's their turn to try to run it on into the zone. Bigor's too slow. Needs to be faster in that. Stop to the fight versus the mine weapon, but the mine weapon, Crazy just shuts him down.
Oh man, Twisted Minds just completely fell apart. We saw they had 4 and they were trying to control that southeastern side, but they weren't aware of the different angles and lines of sight they had. And 2 players go down, 3 players go down, and Twisted Minds looking like they could keep 4 up with a nice split to being eliminated just like that with only 1 elimination point to their name.
Unfortunately, the mine weapon, they do lose out on their 3rd kill. Guyf did die to the play zone 2 on that last tick. Claims it away from them. Is now will have to surge further in for that position. But where do you go, Zute? In a zone like this, it's shifted so far onto that roadside. They've got the hilltop. They can rotate up to that mountainside, but even then, only now 2 players to try and control that entire zone of all of them coming in, but Stalwart, they're still at least thinning themselves between YaLLa Esports. Ragnar, finally, the 1 bullet will land to stop him. As it look, cancels a revive, tries to go, finds 1. Ragnar now executing, and Stalwart back in for another 10 seconds onto the shed. But do they have enough time? The blue zone is coming, and Sanji and Powerful, they've got them. It's ticking down. They'll just dive to the blue with a help there at YaLLa, and they'd mistimed themselves and mistimed that rotation.
I like the cancel of the revive to confirm the point. They know they're in a tough spot to go for the confirmation of the point, as the Falcons trying to confirm their points, taking a fight with Revolution, a 3v1 situation, and they do get the cleanup there. Falcons will get that full reset, and they do have the zone right next to them, so they'll be able to keep 4 up. 4K as well, making a very good use of their position in this game, managing to keep 4 players alive. Same with the mine weapon, iKURD.
Did get traded 1, brings him back up, confirms onto Sanji, the 4th of the game. Powerful, YaLLa heading 7 kills, but still there are 8 teams alive. The points not going to be huge with those amount of kills, with only so many placement points given at this stage. 1 less so will bring maybe YaLLa slightly higher, brings it even more as we're down to 6. KURD12 and KAMIKAZE drop down at the same time. 4K Esports maybe haven't even seen Powerful here, who's busy healing. Still has 2 more to go, maybe waiting for the right opportunity. Instead, we'll go back to heal, and 4K, preoccupied with the zone, is inching at their heels.
4K are super aware there is that player behind them. You can see them looking back every now and then. New circle spreads on out, the road cutting right down the middle. Most likely, we're going to have only 2 teams after this circle. Whoever manages to control the east and whoever manages to control the west. Now, the west does have some high ground, but I do believe that high ground is just wide exposed in that new circle, so it'd be very difficult for teams to actually play it.
No one really wanting to go. You can only see Falcons trying their best to survive, but everyone's looking down upon them. And it looks like it could be the end of that road there for Falcons. Last, the final one to fall. Got a couple more outside the zone, but inside the zone they've dropped Nigma. They've been desperate to try and get that buggy, try to crash on into Rad, but every time they've tried to go forward has been looking at them also.
Nigma Galaxy is trying to break into that rod position. We saw that buggy bait with the player covering, but they did not manage to find the opening. Now as the blue zone is closing, time is running short. Nigma Galaxy just pressuring everything they can, because as soon as they move down from this position, they're going to be wide open to receive shots. So they want to damage players so they don't get damaged themselves as they come in. And 4K, the long range shots from the mine weapon, doing a really good job from distance.
Okay, they're still alive. This is their chance. This is their opportunity to get a point. So Mortal can just survive. There's still 5 teams left, but they are struggling. The blue zone pushing Mortal ever closer as they are down to their 1. Falcons also down to the 1 making the revives as best they can happen. 4K, though, will be engulfed in the zone first, and they'll be the first to fall. Down to our 4 teams. It's running over. Nigma Galaxy finding out the double. Surely is Zatan the only one left in the push. They waited for the opportunity and they find it. And Modi grabs it, but they lose their life for it. And Freak further down the hill, at least establishing some form of position inside the zone. But look at who has the placement points. Look at who has the zone themselves. It is the full squad, Zute, of the mind weapon. And do not be fooled. This is their chance to shine when it comes to getting a chicken dinner finally on the board.
The Mind Weapon, they did great in last week's regular league week, and it looks like they're about to do good again. But it's the Super Weekend where they really struggled. So it's good to see them playing well, controlling a very nice 2-2 split. They do find Ralph on the western side, so they clear out that side of the circle. We're down to a 3v2 situation as one of the Mind Weapon players gets knocked, but they have the angles, and this should be a win. But the second one gets knocked, so they lose the roadside control. Those two players definitely not revivable after they get confirmed. So it's high ground versus low ground, but the high ground of the Mind Weapon iKURD, they only have a few ridges to use, and Falcon, they have the zone. Falcon just needs to scooch down lower to the left side, and they'll have that ridge to work with next to the roadside. But the Mind Weapon, they have to move down over into the wide open.
Falcons can also be picked apart, though, if they take the wrong route in. The Mind Weapon also have that ridge to themselves. They have that high ground. They have the information, maybe. But it is that low peak advantage also coming through for Falcons that gives them the strength. The Mind Weapon, they needed that second angle. Braver walking. Looks for the nade. Almost walks into it. Yusuf, another put down onto him. Dodges this one, but it still takes him lower. Back to healing. Shrod as well on the back end, looking to see if it will be baited out by Ali. Sending the rest of the utility on into them. Shrod moves forward. Tries to find it, but knocked instantly. And this might have just gone all wrong for the Mind Weapon from a 4v2. The Falcons have played it patient, and that was a 1v2 for them. And Ali is at the end of that blue zone. He's got nowhere to go, and Falcons, they pressure him only further with the molly. And all they have to do is wait. Yes, now Ali has the zone, but so do Falcons. And it's a 1v2, as we say, but neither of them want to go anymore.
It's a stalemate. Position-wise, neither player wants to cross over in the road in the open, and they've thrown their utility already, and the utilities did not connect. So it comes down to the circle shift, and it favors the Falcon, and they're already favored with the man advantage in this 2v1, but now with that circle shift, they could just wait for Ali to try and push. And you could hear them honking the horn, letting Ali know, you got to come over to our side of the road. And the question is, why did Ali cross the road, Highland Wolf?
Well, like the chicken, he wanted the dinner, but unfortunately, Yusuf just lands the nade into him and steals it away. It's like taking candy from a baby here from Falcon, stealing the win, but they got the win, and that's what counts for them. And a beautiful positional play coming out of the Falcon squad as a whole.
Yeah, the Falcons just played that slow and patient, and they got the win. Of course, the Mind Weapon, towards the end game, it was a 4v2, and they kind of threw that. But that aggression, that proactiveness is what kind of got them to that end game to begin with. We saw the splits they were doing, controlling that southern side. We saw the amount of eliminations they gained from doing all of that. So I think the problem with the Mind Weapon, you mentioned their placement points were always very low, is that they just need to change or be able to adapt the pacing when it comes to certain situations, not overextend too much, and just know you have a good position, you have a good advantage, play it down, slow it down to eventually, get the placement points and the chicken dinner. But good games out of both teams, and definitely a very difficult circle to get those points as well.
No, they still took them to the win. Falcons 27 for them, but I think with a game like that, the Mind Weapon definitely securing a position close to qualification for that Super Weekend. Nigma Galaxy as well, another good game coming through from them. And this is what I wanted to see through them. And yes, they are a PMGC team and they should be good, but I think the surprise, as we said, was they weren't performing so great. And to see them finally 2 games in a row back with the top points, that's what I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, I just hope Nigma Galaxy is continually improving on the weak areas. Like, I feel like that's why they aren't performing as well as expected coming from a PMGC team, because they're literally just doing what they're weak at and they're trying to improve upon it, right? And Triple D on the front page, but not a good performance as far as the front page goes, because they only managed to pick up 4 total points.
But it was a tough zone for a lot of these teams. You can see 9 of those teams, 4 or lower, 3 or lower for 8 of them, and KAMIKAZE bring up the rear to Rico Infinity there on the bottom. Only really a concern, I think, for 1Million Esports here, Zute. Revolution, you could also add into the mix here of getting in, but they're not as worrisome compared to the overall Super Weekend points as 1Million. They are really the only team here on this page that still need that qualification to qualify.
Mm-hmm. A testament to just how difficult that circle was is that we saw teams like 963, NASR, Rico Infinity, and the Twisted Mind all in that 13th, 14th, 15th, and 16th place position. But earlier today, we saw all 4 of those teams have really good games and pop-off games. So those teams are all very strong. But when it comes to just how difficult a potential Miramar circle is, it did heavily punish them. And looking at the overall rankings, it's actually Team Falcons at the very top of the leaderboard, but they have 1 extra match played over the likes of Rico Infinity, Twisted Minds, the Mind Weapon, and etc. So YaLLa and Team Falcons with 4 matches played, they are done for the day. They will be sitting out on the next game, and that does give way for some of these other teams to overtake their positions.
Definitely a lot can change with this one final game here, Zute. I think seeing the Mind Weapon iKURD go up here is really music to all of their fans' ears, knowing that before this game, there was a lot of concern. Before even Game 3, there was a massive amount of concern. But between these 2 previous games, they stepped up and in a big way. And as a result, looking now to qualify if you can just have 1 more game like the previous 2. Though, on the bottom end, we've mentioned 1Million in trouble of qualifying, but you also have to look at some of these other teams like KURD12 and also 4K Esports, who on this second page also both have to qualify. Unlike 1Million Esports, if they do not, there is 0% chance that they get in into the finals.
Mm-hmm. Even if 4K qualifies, I feel like the chances of them getting in after missing 2 entire Super Weekends is extremely low. I would say maybe a 10 to 20% chance of qualifying. And on the very last page, well, Headquarters and Triple D. Headquarters have had no Super Weekends. Triple D at least had a very good 1 Super Weekend, but being in 20th overall, will they even make it into this next Super Weekend?
And best upper moments here to bring it to us of this diabolical 3rd phase shift and how it affected all of these teams. Yes, Triple D struggled. I think despite all of these shifts aside, all of this difficulty of this game aside, they've had 3 games already, Zute. None of them have looked great. And as great and as fantastic as their Super Weekend looked, it is going to be very unfortunate if they do not make a Super Weekend and then get knocked out, even how great they looked last.
Yeah, that would be very unfortunate. I even said I'm excited to see how they do in the finals, then I maybe jumped the gun as they can't even get points on board today. There is 1 match left for them. Maybe that'll be the one to turn it around as we take a look at the rest of the Opal moments. And yeah, the rotations were killer, and quite literally, so many teams, so many players just went out due to the hard zone shifts, and they were just trying to rotate in zone. We saw so many teams with just one player left alive heading into circle number 3 or 4 of all circles. And Nigma Galaxy, oh, that was a beautiful double run over. They had to sacrifice Hamodi though to make it into that circle, but it was well worth it because they grabbed quite a few elimination points and a lot of placement points as well.
But it was this turn here, Zute. The 4-2-0 here for the Mind Weapon as Falcon dismantles them piece by piece, taking all 4 kills with him, and with that, the 12 kills and their chicken dinner they gave at final nade, sealing the deal. And it is in situations like these where I just feel, Zute, that quite frankly, there is that almost skill difference, but maybe it's not skill, perhaps also confidence difference here between the Mind Weapon and their placement points, as we said, that they've been struggling to get to close out these games when it comes to tricky positions like that 4th match. But there's one more match for them to try to take those chicken dinner points away from everyone else, and a lot of those points need to go to some other teams too. Find out who takes the vote, and our final game of the day is going to be just a short minutes away. final game here, the PMPL Arabia Spring Split for 2022 here, at least in our first day of the third league stage. And Zute, it's been a wild one coming off of our Miramar match, but I'm not only interested in what we think, of course, I'm also loving what you guys at home think. By finding us on our social media, you can also jump in on the conversation and using the hashtag PMPL, discuss, was that zone unfair? Was the mind weapon iKURD able to take that game, or was it all in the bag for Falcons, Zute?
Oh, definitely that was Mind Weapons game to win. 4v2 situation, and they had the double angles. It was just a little bit of a disconnect and synergy of, the Mind Weapon towards that end game. But it doesn't matter because I think they secured enough points to make it into the top 16 at the end of the day. There is one more day, of course, left to play, but Mind Weapon. Question isn't, the regular league week, if they'll qualify or not. It's more the question of how will they do coming into the super weekend, because last week they definitely struggled a lot.
To be fair, if they're having the result like they have in these 3 games, and they're able to get as many points as they have in these 3 games, they have a shot. Okay, so they have a chance, but they gotta keep that momentum going. Maybe if they can get as many points as previous in this final game, it will allow them to rest as well. Coming on into the super weekend, and that extra rest day may also be important for them. But to not rest is some of these teams coming into our final game, because it's now all down to squads like Headquarter, who were sitting out last match, and they got one more chance to impress us.
Headquarters, it's going to be tough because not only do they have to catch up right now to qualify, once they get into that super weekend, they're going to have the biggest catch-up game that they'll probably ever have done, as they will be pretty much 30 to 45 games behind some of these teams. Well, actually 15 to 30 games behind some of these other teams. So not only do they have to barely ink it out right now in terms of qualifying to the super weekend, then they're going to have to absolutely smash it and dominate it out of all the teams and all the top teams too that they're going to be competing against in the super weekend to just maybe barely make it into the final. So it's not looking too bright for them.
Mathematically, though, there is a hope, okay? And I was just thinking about it in my head here, to say the 2 teams, okay, that needed to do poorly were realistically here ONEMILLION and also DDD, who were in that danger zone. Also, RTG need to somehow have the worst next 4 games of their life too, to also be in struggle of getting through in on to that super weekend. But if that is the case, and then Headquarter and 4K both qualify, along also it has to be with the Mind Weapon iKURD, and maybe one of these other teams that are slightly further up on the leaderboard that don't matter as much, that's when there's a chance that that catch-up game is not as big, and with a super weekend like DDD, it's possible.
It is possible. But not many teams could pull off what DDD did, averaging more than 10 points per match in the super weekend. And for teams like that we mentioned, Headquarters, right? And the other team that also didn't qualify into a single super weekend, that will be the very first super weekend they ever play. And the super weekend is a lot different than the regular league stage. So they're going to have to adapt to a totally different kind of pressure and environment as well. And it's just not very likely that they'll make it in. But it's not just the spotlight is on them. Teams like the Mind Weapon iKURD and KURD12 Esports and RTG, they're some of the teams that have made it into the super weekend, but also looking in very dire situations themselves. So I almost want to shift the focus on those teams, as Headquarters and 4K, sure, maybe they can make that super weekend, but even if they do, I don't think they're going to do much with it. And speaking about doing much with it, yeah, that zone is doing a lot to these teams right now, because these teams are moaning and groaning with that type of circle. Besides DDD is probably like, yes, hallelujah. we get that zone shift in our favor. But we've seen Triple D kind of falter here as well, as some of the teams rotate very quickly and they don't set up their bridge camp in time, or they don't play the most optimal positions. So it's a good circle for them, but they better get a move on and a hurry on if they want to set up that bridge camp or take a better position onto the military base itself.
I like the adaptations coming through from Revolution and Triple D. These two teams, they do drop down towards that South Island. Immediately the rotation through from Novo towards that Eastern Bridge, and Revolution doing quickly the same to the Western Bridge against here Conqueror. Stalwart already, though, the first one of these teams to try cross over. Now, Triple D, in the past, have been able to control these bridges fairly well. Already penciled down, but they allow the first two through. They need to have a greater control than that to stop some of these other squads from having the backs, or the rest of Triple D's esports backs not covered.
I don't blame that at all. I mean, Stalwarts didn't even loot. They just literally touched the ground, found a car, and just the second that circle popped, they went over. Triple D had no chance of setting up in time for that. Similar to the western side of the bridge, we see the Conqueror Iraq team already rotating across the bridge, along with the KAMIKAZE team. So that's 3 teams that land near the bridge area of military base, and they're just foregoing loot completely and just hightailing it into the military base side. Of course, there is a lot of loot to be had on the entirety of military base, so they're just going to go ahead and rotate early and loot on this side of the zone and worry about the rest of the game later. But Revolution managed to catch one of the KAMIKAZE players off guard.
Slightly better equipped here, given, as you say, some more time for Revolution before KAMIKAZE did begin to cross over, drawing them far down towards that western coastline of Sovnovka. However, it is going to be fairly crowded down on the South Island, you've got to imagine, but it's not all the South Island that matters. Keep in mind, there is in its first phase also some space on mainland Erangel, and that's the scary part about it, is that phase 2, phase 3, until we begin to get a greater idea of where that zone is going, is still very much up in the air.
Yeah, there is a chance that it might go back to the main island. I would love to see a circle kind of 50-50 on the eastern side of the bridge, because the eastern side of that bridge is the center of the zone. So if the circle decides to keep water in right there, we would be in for a very interesting game. Potentially a bridge ending, maybe? A bridge circle would be absolutely sick to
Glorious.
see.
Not for the players, though. It would be physically sickening, not to the type of sick that we're thinking of.
Looking at the military base side, by the way, the 3 teams that rotated very early, they're all going for a similar position to find that loot. Because the military base, like the military base itself, is taken by Revolution, right? And they know that the Novo side is taken by Triple D. So, with that being said, there's only a few compounds scattered elsewhere on the military base side that might have loot. So the 3 teams that rotated early that desperately needs to loot are all looking towards the same areas for their loot now.
Nigma over in the end of Pachinki. Still inside the zone, even up to Pachinki. Keep in mind, as we said, that's why it's so deadly. But I'm also loving the rotation here coming out as headquarters down from Primorsk. We'll steal away the boats down to that south beachfront. May be met, though, with hostility as down on the bottom end. There are still KAMIKAZE and Stalwart members. Big rotations, though, coming through from Rico Infinity Esports. And here also YaLLa, or Dunak, should I say, is they're making their way down. And I'm curious to see how these 2 teams will manage. Now, Dunak, do they go for the ultra-late rotation down towards that beachfront and possibly get caught on the outside? And how do Rico decide to move here? Now, the last time, Zute, we saw them have to make this type of rotation, it didn't work out. They tried, confused, to get across that eastern bridge and got caught then by the zone, got caught by players, and it was a horrible actual ending for them, despite how great Rico sometimes are.
Fight breaking out between Stalwart. Oh, that fire. Oh. That fire really just spread and sneaked up on Gaith. It looked like he was safe, but one more little burst of flames do manage to get the opening knock for the Conqueror Iraq team. Now, Conqueror Iraq rotated super early onto military base because they wanted the positioning. So, with so little loot left on the island for them to take, they're going to force a fight. Because even though they're rotated early for the positioning on the map, the loot is so scarce they realize they have to take a fight with the team to pick up their loot if they want to have a chance at closing out the rest of the game. They get the opening on Gate though, but other than that, they're slowing down their roll as maybe they're running low on utility and meds to continue this push.
River isn't in the fight either, but neither is one of Stalwart here as well, Zute. They have that long range to try stop third parties, but it's going to be here. Conqueror doubling down onto this fight in Stalwart positions. Easy looking to do the same as you also get in the vehicle and equally double down here versus Conqueror. Rever, though, quicker to the draw, will try to use those rocks in the back, and Bankit burning down. If he goes all the way, yes, he does. Is a big turn of this fight as Rever comes across the outside. Now, maybe looks to try punish. Maybe tries to find the angle here on Bankit. He could get it.
I love the smokes coming out from Conqueror Iraq. They're trying to smoke off all the angles and sightlines because they have a feeling that it's not all of Stalwart Esports just right in front of them. In fact, they're quite correct with that as one player is spread across at a different angle. But they need to kind of pressure this in now. This is the second time they got the opening. And there we go. They find that off angle. They get their positioning set up. And just like that, this Conqueror Iraq team, we saw in the last Super Weekend, I dubbed them as one of the most improved teams coming into Super Weekend 2. And you can see here with the patience and the way they are angling out on this fight, just picking apart piece by piece the Stalwart's team. And they do it in a way where they can reset safely and they have firm control of the entirety and duration of the fight.
A massive confirmed shift as well at the end of this fight here. Second phase has gone down to the South Island. We already know it's going there. At least for the most part, I very much doubt is at 0.127% of zone still on the edge of Farm Beach. Is all the teams are going to be heading their way. Also there, Dunak making the later rotation as we suggested through the blue zone. Rico, Infinity Esports and NASR RTG, the final teams here from mainland Erangel to get across those bridges. And I think this bridge is still an eye of keeping them camped locked down here. And I'm curious if Twisted Minds Revolution will stay to do so. Revolution only have one player on that western bridge, so Nigma should be able to push their way through. But for 963 here on the other side, it's much more complicated with all four members of Twisted Minds blocking their next move.
Twisted Minds, when they have their minds set on camping a bridge or set on a fight, you can bet they're going to execute it to the best of their abilities. They're not a team to kind of waffle on their decisions. If they want to take a fight, you will see them hard commit and fight to the death. And if you see them camp the bridge, well, they're going to set up something very nasty. It's not very often we see the Twisted Minds camp teams out. It's usually Twisted Minds always pushing teams in. But you give them the chance to camp, they are going to do it and commit hard as Alahi taking some shots, not able to get the connections there as a beautiful Overwatch angle by the Nigma Galaxy team, and they'll push out on close to Revolution. Revolution, the second player coming up to join the fight to help him out though. Tries to go for a nice little bounce. I like that angle as they both go for a jump shot, but Homodi's shots connect just a little bit better than the Revolution side.
Nigma, they make their stand now through, and as we said, they just didn't have the members, and that beautiful outreach there from Ralph was enough to breach through. Next, now retreats further back in onto the zones of Novka military base, quite literally, is going to be the center of play for a lot of these teams, and a big concern here for teams going this way. A lot of them, as you can see, have not decided to go for the center. Zute, if you go in on Stivnovka, it is about as unresettable in this phase 2 compared to anywhere else.
RTG, the team with the one chicken, the only one good game they had so far, not yet on the military base side, so they have potentially 3 teams to move past. They have the team of 963. They have the team of Twisted Minds on the other side of the bridge. And also 4K Esports might come into the mix of things and cause some trouble and concern for them.
Revolution. QHT did meet back up there together. 2 more still for the squad. You can see actually challenging the squad out of headquarters, but it's the 3rd phase. It's still NASR, Rico Infinity Esports to cross the bridge, 963 and 4K to
what
do
is that?
RPG. And what is that zone? It's gone down towards the South Island, completely to the south. And it only gets worse for all of those teams who aren't even on the island yet. As it is in that zone, headquarters breaching their way through, find one of Revolution and down to the solo they fall.
I think every time it's us to Highland, we just see the most ridiculous circle.
Disgusting
today, yeah, disgusting zones. Like today wasn't as bad as before, but the circle itself, just like where it is on the map, like that is disgusting. There are a lot of deep ridge lines on that southern coastal side, though, that a lot of teams could play in. We might see something similar to south of Pachinki, that one ridge line, where the barn field is, where teams sometimes utilize to make the swim across, to the military base. We're going to see a lot of teams play those different ridges this time around, though, on the military base side itself, as we see in the kill feed. A lot of players realizing they have a long ways to go, and they're committing for that fight, and they're going to try and take it to rotate on in. But Rico Infinity and what is this other team doing? NASR, they are just both committed to fighting and camping this bridge. Rico Infinity, they have to make the push, or at least NASR, they have to make that rotation, but neither team budging.
I feel like NASR could just leave this alone. They don't need to fight. They've got the vehicles, and rightly so. There they go. There is no reason at all that they stay here to fight Rico unless they just both have a death wish. The other end here, even RTG, 4K, who were in the midst of a fight, both shake hands and also rotate now across that eastern bridge, but the blue zone is dealing the damage, and one is already now succumbed to it. Twisted Minds start striking down NOSA, but the rest of them are going to continue to get across.
The energy drinks and bandagings really coming into play there, as Twisted Minds on the eastern side fighting in the blue against one player of 963. 963 does go down. So even under the pressure of blue zone, Twisted Minds, they like to take their elimination points wherever they can get them. And the eastern side, quite a mess, as 4K still needing to move on in. And there goes out the 963 team. 4K Esports, I don't think they're going to make it into this zone alive. Maybe one of the players, but Golden's still on the bridge. The zone's about to shift once again, and that blue zone's going to ramp up and damage exponentially. On the western side, it looks like all the teams do kind of make it in. Rico Infinity still deep in the blue. Now the blue zone's really going to hurt. They got to gun it to get to this last zone, but this last zone, 50% of it in the water.
It's not really a zone, to be honest. It's just, I don't even know. It's the depths of hell, really, is where this comes from here, Azute. It can only be from one place, and we're summoning it in onto the battlefield. 13 teams still to go, though. 46 still alive. Not so great, though, for some of them. 4K, one of these teams who we said they needed the points here, Zute. They're one of the few teams now remaining in the blue zone, and they've only got 2. And to tank it at phase 4, it don't feel very nice.
Definitely not. The zone compounding that effect of not feeling nice, as Rico Infinity do get taken out, just like you predicted. Anytime the zone is this far down south on military base, Rico Infinity have struggled quite massively. I think they definitely need to figure out some type of strategy when it comes to military base zones, because this is their only weakness. I mean, they're number 1 overall quite firmly, but performance-wise on a military base, they consistently do terribly. Of course, given where they drop, it doesn't help them out, but they have to manage to find something to do to get better consistency on these zones. As RTG, good job on them, managing to take down the team in front of them of Twisted Minds. We saw RTG just 2 minutes earlier on the other side of the bridge, so managing to navigate and fight their way in quite nicely and keeping up 4 members alive. Actually, maybe just 3, as one of them will bleed out in the blue zone.
One as well, you saw on the kills there for Triple D was taken by them, so it's actually a 2v1 there against Twisted Minds. It's allowed them to succumb so quickly in onto this game. 4K already developing the healing strategy. Here also the mine weapon iKURD on this northern side of the zone, but Triple D, they're having none of it. They spy 2 solos and they see 2 kills.
The Overwatch out of Triple D trying to make their move in right now. This could be Triple D's game. They have 4 up, and if they can control the northern side of the circle, they have a way to fight the rest of the way in. Love the positioning out of these players, though. One player close up to try and get the opening, but I don't know what. I'm not sure why Gaith is backing off there. They have full control of the northern side, and he just needs to get close and toss a nade in. But for whatever reason, they're going to call that player back. They still need to get more territory in the zone. You can see they have the edge of zone there, but it's not the best of spots, as the mine weapon have a nice angle onto it.
Still both of them survive, though. They're going to get a little bit of breathing space. 4K, though, is not going to be any easier for them. Here, neither the mine weapon. That's the push that we were looking for. It will literally be the push taking down one more. NASR also going to fall on the sidelines, as they too tanked way too much early on and had no information to get on into this zone. As you mentioned, now down to where this zone shifts next. Are we going to see what Rad are doing, adopting these more coastal line strategies down on the low ground? Well, it might just have to be the case because it's still inside the water.
If there was a good zone shift, that would be it, actually, because that side of the ridgeline has way more crevices and locations for teams to play on than the eastern side of that ridge zone. So we'll soon see. Oh, I mean, you can see here RTG taking shots. Just look at the amount of cracks and dips all along that side. A lot to play with and work with here. And of course, Rod is going to take huge advantage of it. But it doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be able to secure this spot for themselves, because there's so many dips along that side that the RTG team, they can pretty much rotate right next to them and still manage to be fine. As for these other teams on the northern side, well, they could rotate down too, but they're going to have to fight each other on the way in.
A very important game, though, here for Headquarters, who are looking for their 6th knock into an elimination, but we can't find it. Nigma Galaxy get away, and now we made a rotation in. Still alive, but we're going to be heading directly in onto the open arms of Conqueror. 4K, though, also needed the points, but they cannot get them in his final match. 2 one-dimensional. Now in 9th position, they fall with minimal points. Headquarters, this might be the next to follow them, though. You can see Conqueror are looking over them. Well, the enemy heading up further forward, but they are getting crucially close here to the rest of Conqueror. Nigma Galaxy, who they did not dispatch, now joining in from the other side.
This Headquarters team just needs to commit to that compound push. They're hesitating so much just because there's a team there. This late in the game, when you have 4 players, you could just commit to those. But it seems like they get a good timing in where they could potentially take down the Nigma Galaxy team and just play on the edge instead of pushing on in. In most cases, the compound push would be the push to go for. And yeah, right here, if we could get a few more good shots in, yeah, they're going to start piecing up this Headquarters team. And here it comes.
I just feel
the
like
push.
Headquarters, they weren't paying attention to what needed to happen. They tried to put all their eggs into so many baskets. In fact, they should have just put it into one. As Nigma Galaxy, they find Another series of kills. Download a trade it goes. Rip is still alive. On the edge of the blue zone is going to be felt by that first. And now Nigma can take advantage of that, can take advantage of the tree line that they have. And as a result, headquarters fall down. 8 kills now for Nigma Galaxy, but they have not deciphered how to get in onto the zone yet, as they too have put their eggs into one basket instead. But then maybe we'll just fall next as they do. Conqueror Iraq, Groza, a beautiful long-range shot to close it out. 9 for themselves alone.
Just a little left tap on the butt will take down the Nigma Galaxy team, but they do it with a lot of eliminations, so good job to Nigma Galaxy. Of course, I called out headquarters, right? 7 points, not bad, but when you have 4 players, take the initiative. Go for that fight at the compound. Take it. You have the manpower to maybe win a fight there. Sure, Conqueror might have 4 players defending, in which case they only had 3, but you never know, right? It could be a 2-man team. It could be 2 teams there, so definitely not decisive enough. Coming out from the eastern side of things, though, RTG, as predicted, do find some ridge lines to work with and taking shots at Triple D. This is going to be a big game for Triple D if they can make it into this zone rotation. Oh, no. It gets caught on a rock and everything just falls to pieces for that team. Driving skills definitely need to be double checked there.
You cannot make those mistakes, Sute, in those type of situations this late into the game. In a hard punish by Conqueror as a result. Triple D, they needed those points, and I feel like that trip is almost a trip that we've been feeling on Triple D from what has been a super weekend into a disastrous first day to close them out. At least though, here for Rad, also who wanted these points, a opportunity given to them. They've been on the edge of these coastal lines, they've been on the ridges. RTG now looking to push, finally, someone to challenge them, but the nades, they're keeping him at bay.
I like what RTG is doing, though. They're kind of dipping down into the lower areas to get more cover. You see how the terrain here, the elevation, allows for that. And one of the players of Rod get knocked. Of course, RTG don't know that. They have a potential timing here to do, but they're going to take it slow. One player covering, one player push. Oh, Sadat! Oh, no, Sadat. The first line of defense, he drops way down, and I don't know if he could get back up. He's going to have to run all the way back around. He can get back up, which is good. As RTG, they're just playing it very slow. Not willing to make that hard committed push just yet.
He finds the mine weapon there, unfortunately. Did not plan for a setup to fall down and catch him off guard. So, do lose their lives. Now down to the 4th team remaining. RTG looking for the push themselves, but they're struggling. They're struggling indeed. Rod here against them. Is RTG. Desha slips again. It's a series of errors there. They send him in onto the blue as another will fall down to 2 remaining. But RTG... where did they just go? They went to finish the kill. They grabbed Desha.
The new zone has shifted too, by the way. It's actually going to go down to exactly where Rod and RTG are fighting. RTG, this is going to be a very good game for them. 1 player left of the side of Rod. Monir playing extremely quiet. I don't even know if he has any first aids as he's just sitting there at 1 HP.
None.
Yeah, no first aids, no bandages, nothing. Just a little bit of a trickle of boost left to heal him up, maybe up to 30% HP. But I think Monir, his best choice now is to just let the Conqueror Iraq team maybe come into play and take out the side of RTG for him.
Uh-oh. But Conqueror Iraq, Reva, I think he's put himself in a position he is not able to get back up from. Slips too far down. RTG, though, on the other side, are playing patient. Do not forget, as well, it's not just these 3 teams. There's still 3 of KAMIKAZE waiting in the wings, playing patiently here. And for Conqueror, who have had to actually been pushed down by their presence.
RTG, spot player of KAMIKAZE, rotate in. Oh, the cover fire, immaculate. Right there, supporting that teammate who went for the position next to the crate, keeping 2 behind for that pressure fire, and only sending 1 in. Beautifully done by KAMIKAZE. RTG down to 1. Conqueror Iraq down to 2. KAMIKAZE looking good here as they take down another player of the Conqueror side. And grenade by KAMIKAZE will take down Monir, who's just been playing quiet. KAMIKAZE is going to run away with this.
KAMIKAZE steal away the game. It's a solo here for RTG, for Conqueror, for J9. He's got nothing left. He goes in onto the blue. He's trying to heal out. Maybe he thinks there's another team here. He can try to survive, outlive here, Conqueror, but he will fall first. And Rever with the zone in his hands, no healing. But he has the second place. But this is KAMIKAZE's written all over it as they look for the final player.
Yeah, it's not looking good for this Conqueror player. The most he can do is probably deny the point. That's about it. I mean, fighting from the low ground and he's stuck down there. There's no way he's going to be able to shoot up into 3 separate players holding 3 different angles. And this is it. What a zone ending for the last match of the day. And who would have thought it'd be KAMIKAZE of all teams to win this one out. Areva gets 1. If he managed to catch that second one, there's a chance. But the problem is no first aids, no lines of sight to really work with. That one knock was probably the best he could have done. And the KAMIKAZE team just securing that one. We didn't see too much of them throughout the stages of the game, but that's because they secured that compound earlier on. And we saw how many teams are so hesitant to take a compound fight into that late game. And I think that was the biggest problem for a lot of teams coming in from the north, especially a team like Headquarters. We called it out. You have 4 players. You're on the low ground. There's no chance of you fighting up to the high ground. So just take the crash, take the push now while you can before Nigma Galaxy eventually overtakes you and punishes them.
Yeah, they didn't clear out their back line, so the only way you can do that is by clearing out your front line, as you say. Also, KAMIKAZE to hint back at them here, Zute, were in that danger position. They were looking at being eliminated out from contention of the Super Weekend, but that chicken dinner brings them back up into that contention indeed, but it's not out of the woods yet. They still got tomorrow where they need to get more points. At least this gives them some momentum. However, when we look at those match rankings, it was also another great game here from our usuals today, with Conqueror Iraq stepping up once more. RTG Esports also doing the same with their 3rd position. And there also Nigma Galaxy, a 3rd game in a row, actually 4th game in a row here for Nigma. They have over 10 points.
Yeah, Nigma Galaxy showing some consistency now, and this is good. I know it's only the league week, but Nigma Galaxy has been so inconsistent, in my opinion, that establishing some sort of consistency, even in the league stage, is really good for that team. Also, Conqueror Iraq did not get the chicken dinner, but they scored the most amount of points because they have a total of 11 elimination points. So really well deserved for them. Looking into the rest, we have the Mind Weapon, Triple D, and Headquarters with 7, and just keeping their heads afloat is pretty much what they're doing with those 7 points.
Fortunately, it is still a case where 4K Esports, another unfortunate game for them with only 2 points given their way. Also, some struggles there from what was, as we said, Rico Infinity Esports, and their, I think, struggle generally to rotate hard towards the south. And I think it all kind of confirms it from their high northern start, Sute. They do start up towards the Severny side. And when you've got about 3,000 meters to rotate, that weakness then inherently begins to occur because, as we know, Rico are a slower rotating team and they don't rotate as fast potentially as they need to make that distance in adequate time.
Even if they were to leave extremely early, they'd still be just coming up behind multiple teams crossing the bridge. So I don't want to say there's not much they could do, because we saw RTG in a similar situation. One of the last teams to cross the bridge in the blue with multiple teams in front of them, but they ended up doing quite well crossing that bridge and fighting their way over. So maybe as far as a Rico Infinity team, maybe they should consider taking the eastern bridge rather than the west. Maybe that could work out better, as I would have to say the eastern bridge, both bridges extremely difficult to cross, but the Eastern Bridge might be a little bit more easy, at least in this lobby. So that's where the VOD review does come into play. But Rico Infinity, I mean, they'll qualify. I predicted they would get, you know, that win in the third game of Erangel, and they absolutely did. So credits to that. So Rico Infinity still looking strong, even though they have 2 really weak games back to back.
Look, okay, Zute Domus, you may have a bad chicken dinner under your belt, but what these players also can bring under their belt is that beautiful Oppo Reno 6 with the upgrade performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports 2022. It's almost looking as good, though, as that phone. So are RTG, who, with that third position, as you said, undoubtedly, I imagine, here on top of the leaderboard today.
Oh yeah, it was a really good day for a lot of the teams here that did well. I think it was a good balance. Yeah, taking a look at the overalls, quite balanced out indeed. We go from 53, a little bit of a drop off down to 47, but right afterwards 47, 46, 45, 44, 43. So everybody having a balance of games. No teams really kind of took off with the day, but I think that's really given to the fact that the circles were so crazy in the way where it ended up and shifted.
Yeah, particularly those final 2 games as well. Had you missed one of them, had you competed in other matches, maybe looking slightly better as Falcons, one of those squads, did it all with their 53 points there after 4 games and topping that leaderboard today. Mind Weapon, as we said, also Rod, looking very strong. Needed those points to qualify into Super Weekend to solidify their position in the finals, sitting in 6th and 7th. Practically, you can argue here, both of them in line to qualify. The Mind Weapon, I would say, definitely in line to qualify from that 6th position upwards. But it's that bottom page now as we go to the second line of teams, and that's where it's getting scary, Zute.
Yeah, Headquarters, the team that has not made it into any Super Weekend. Not a good look for them. They can still make it into the Super Weekend, but that's not the biggest challenge for them. The biggest challenge for them is going from 0 points up to a 16th place finish. And with RTG doing so well, the team with only 83 points in the Super Weekend, well, if they qualify, that 83 points is just going to jump up even more when they play 15 matches. So Headquarters and 4K is looking grim and dire, but also KURD 12th and the Mind Weapon, they need to catch up too. The Mind Weapon, we'll probably see them, which is good. That makes things interesting. KURD 12, however, they have not yet secured a spot by any means. And same with Triple D. Triple D, they have 161 points with only 15 matches played, and it would be a shame for them to drop out of the top 16 because they can't make this last Super Weekend.
Yeah, as well, they're 4K Esports in a similar boat to them, all directly in line there with Headquarters too, having to not only go from this league stage, I'm not even sure, quite frankly, race of what we've seen of all our games of 4K Esports, Zute, that they would be capable of managing such a stark difference in getting 160, 170 points in only 15 games alone. The other real concern that I'm worried for here is 1 million esports too, Zute, because I think here for 1 million, they are in some danger. If RTG qualify, the Mind Weapon iKURD qualify, and then have a good Super Weekend, there is a world where 1 million, if they don't qualify, also see, unfortunately, the darker side of that lobby.
Yeah, it's going to get very close here. And some teams might even come in tomorrow specifically with some strategies to keep some of the teams from qualifying. Of course, most of that contention will be more towards the bottom. But if for whatever reason, a team near the top of the standings or the middle of the standings, if they wanted to take out a team because maybe that team drops close around them or interferes with the rotations in certain zones, they could take them out too and prevent them from getting into the Super Weekend altogether.
Still talking about teams as well here, Zute. You got to vote for your own team too. You got to give us your own opinion there on social media too, and jump in on to the conversation using the hashtag PMPL for YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and also TikTok listed below. Also here, Zute, you gotta know that our also socials are listed down below, myself and also Zute's too. You can give us a follow to keep updated with all the PMPL action. It's been a crazy 5 games so overall, Zute. What are you expecting from the next 5 matches tomorrow?
The next 5 matches tomorrow, I think more or less we're going to see what we saw today in terms of teams just playing more or less standard and just trying to play their game. I think it's more the super weekend where we might see teams really get desperate. I've noticed throughout the competitions, throughout the years, teams kind of, take it to the last second or the last minute to try and do some, more targeting plays. So we might not see anything too wild tomorrow. Besides circle shifts, like the circles have been very crazy, like consistently all throughout the tournament.
Still, I'm not there tomorrow, so don't worry. It's okay. We now got the duo coming. It's going to be yourself and Imperium tomorrow. So thankfully, the dynamic duo of evil is not there to, I don't know, blunder these teams, put misery on these teams. It could quite frankly be anything.
Yeah, it's the biggest problem for these teams is not so, in my opinion, as an ex-competitive player, it's not so much difficult zones where it's hard to gain points, but it's from a competitive standpoint. It's like, even if we do well in this game, in this type of zone, what are the chances of us implementing what we did just now in future games? Because the circle's almost never going to happen this way again. But I say that now, and that might just be a curse or a jinx set up as, tomorrow we'll see the exact same crazy circles or maybe even the finals, right? But that will have to come later as we are done for the day. We'll be back same time, same place tomorrow for the second day of week 3 league. And this is going to be the last league day of the entire of this tournament. So don't miss it. Stay tuned and we'll see y'all there. Have a good one and stay safe, everyone.
Hi, I'm one of those people everyone calls a detective. Of course, I'm not the only detective around here. There's also our information analysis system, the BanPan information system, and our many community volunteers that speak different languages from all around the world. We can use the BanPan information system to find information related to cheats from the vast sea of information. We will use a combination of the system and manual methods to search various online forums and video sharing sites for traces of cheating. We will also work with our defenders of security in PUBG Mobile from all over the world to search for and destroy channels used to sell cheats. Fortunately, many players have joined our team. We also provide players with a channel to report the sale of cheats, and players from all over the world provide us with information every day. We are so happy to see so many players helping us to combat cheating.
I am a moderator and an information collector. I'm a moderator of many game forums. I am familiar with how cheats work and how they end up in players' hands. I'm very aware of the harm caused by cheating. So I've decided to help combat cheating. Due to our efforts, the information of many cheats is no longer brazenly posted online. Instead, they are hidden very deeply and disguised as unrelated posts. But that's not enough for them to escape my eyes. Many people have the misconception that cheats are like bugs and that they'll disappear once they've been dealt with. That's not how it really works though. Even if all the features of the cheats are banned now, the creators of the cheats will continue to upgrade their cheats. They will do anything they can to get around our security system. That's why we combat the newest cheats from 2 different fronts. We work together from the inside and the outside to effectively cover all types of cheating and combat them quickly. Although this is just a game, everyone likes those who follow the rules and play fairly. What makes games fun are the things that make us feel nervous and challenge us. It is because victory was hard-earned that we feel joyful about it.
We make several copies of samples of cheats. One copy is submitted to the security team so we can study their operating logic and enrich our AI identification strategy to update our defense system against new cheats in a timely manner. Another copy will be kept as proof to punish the people who develop the cheats.
The moderator just sent over a sample of a new cheat, and I want you to take a look at it.
Let me see.
We've never seen this cheat before. It has a special way of attacking. We just analyzed it and identified some of its characteristics. I think we can use this cheat's behavior to improve our coverage of other cheats.
I understand how it works now. This sample is very helpful to us. We can use this to develop more targeted countermeasures. And by learning how it functions, we can greatly improve our sample database.
Okay, let's get to work.
Yeah.
Other than combating cheats through the system, we also want to attack the origin of cheats through other methods. When it comes to people who develop cheats for profit, the legal approach is a good one. We have a professional legal team, and we believe they can bring these people to justice.
But before the legal team can initiate a lawsuit, they need sufficient information and evidence to win the lawsuit. This is where the information we provide becomes especially important. What detectives and I do best is to sift through unassuming clues, tracing matters to the roots, to find information and clues. The more information we have, the closer we are to victory.
We received some exciting news today. Our legal team won lawsuits in the United States of America and Germany.
That's great news. Let's open a bottle of champagne to celebrate.
Hang on. Let's not celebrate just yet. In the lawsuit, the defendant provided even more information about the team that developed the cheat.
It looks like we're going to be very busy over the next few days.
Yes. In 2021, we retrieved more than 10,000 samples from various channels, and more than 30% of them were valid samples.
It's also worth mentioning that many sellers of cheats online are scammers. They won't give you any cheats. They will even hide some viruses in the files they give you. It's a good thing we have our testers and our security experts. If not, our ordinary players would be in a lot of danger.
In summary, we're very proud of our work. We feel like we're rangers who search for clues about enemies from the shadows to deal them a swift and deadly blow. Please allow me to promote the security community. We welcome all volunteers to join our security community. Join our fight against cheaters and ensure all players have a fair gaming environment. We are part of the PUBG mobile security IT team. We fight to create a fair, competitive environment for all players.